Chapter 1662, Edgeless Blade. An Earth Dragon. Sherfong could not help but be astonished as he looked at the 50-meter-tall monster standing inside the valley. Frostflame Two-Headed Earth Dragon, Archaic Species, Inferior Dragon, Grand Lord. Level 58. HP 270, 000/270, 000/000. Compared to other archaic species of similar rank and level, the Frostflame Two-Headed Earth Dragon was clearly stronger. Its HP already rivaled that of mythic monsters of the same level. It did not look like a Grand Lord at all. Moreover, aside from the Earth Dragon having superb defense, the battlefield it fought in was surrounded by pools of scorching lava. From time to time, jets of lava would shoot up and rain down on random locations of the battlefield. Even MTs would be able to endure a direct hit from the lava only 3 or 4 times. Should they successfully block the lava rain, the durability of their weapons and equipment would decrease significantly. In addition to the lava rain, the Earth Dragon itself attacked with its 3 tails and spewed out frost or flame breaths frequently. As a result, the expert players of the superpowers currently raiding the boss turned into streaks of light and disappeared from the battlefield one after another. In less than 10 minutes, the team made up of 1,000+ experts was annihilated. By the time the battle was over, the entire area before the massive stone doors had transformed into a world of flames and frost, the scene both mesmerizing and shocking. At this point, the spectating members of the various superpowers wore somber expressions on their faces as they looked at the Earth Dragon looming over them arrogantly before the stone doors. The Earth Dragon's defense and HP were both ridiculously high. In addition, players raiding the Earth Dragon had to keep an eye out for the lava that would rain down from the sky. However, after Sherfong and the others arrived inside the valley, the various superpowers all shifted their sights towards them. When these superpowers saw Sherfang's group moving past them, heading straight towards the Frostflame Two-Headed Earth Dragon, none of them displayed any hostility. They simply watched quietly as Zero Wing's team approached the boss. Although there was only one boss on the entire 4th floor, they were not in a hurry to fight it at all. The reason for this was their confidence in the Earth Dragon's strength. The task of killing the Earth Dragon was no longer something a single superpower or large guild could achieve. Multiple superpowers would need to cooperate to deal with the boss. They couldn't possibly intend to take on the boss on their first visit, right? Wild Ocean could not help but laugh in ridicule when he saw Zero Wing's team showing signs of wanting to raid the Earth Dragon. The team that tried raiding the Earth Dragon just now consisted of the strongest experts of 2 superpowers. In the end, however, they were still no match for the boss. The Earth Dragon itself was already a massive challenge to players. The lava rain launched at random intervals from the surrounding lava pools only served to further increase the demands on players' combat standards. Meanwhile, the standard of Zero Wing's members was significantly inferior to that of the members of the various superpowers. Of course, it would be a different story if Zero Wing could replicate its feat on the 3rd floor and prevent the lava attacks from occurring entirely. However, how could such a thing happen time after time? It's better for us if they try. Once they realize where the difficulties of the raid lie, we'll have an easier time negotiating conditions for cooperation with them later on, Broken City said, chuckling nonchalantly. Though, I do wonder how much of the boss's HP Zero Wing will be able to shave off. Zero Wing was behaving similarly to how the Sacred Temple and Crimson Emperor had before. Although both guilds had known that the boss was not easy to deal with, as this was their first time raiding the Primordial Divine Ruin, they had felt that they should have no problem taking down the boss if they worked together. In the end, however, their combined forces got annihilated before they could even get the boss's HP below the 80% threshold. Now, the upper echelons of both guilds were wearing exceedingly ugly expressions on their faces. Even the combined forces of the Sacred Temple and Crimson Emperor managed to lower the boss's HP only to 81%. I'm guessing Zero Wing will have trouble taking away even 5% of the boss's HP. Just the first 2 lava showers will most likely wipe out over 80% of Zero Wing's members. With the remaining members, They would be fortunate if their overall DPS exceeds the boss's battle recovery, Praying Lotus said, shaking her head in disapproval as she looked at Zero Wing's team. Although Zero Wing's previous performances had indeed exceeded expectations, the guild's deficient foundation would be its downfall on this floor. Meanwhile, the other guilds present were sitting back, eagerly awaiting the start of the upcoming show. After all, as more teams fought the Earth Dragon, spectators like themselves would be able to uncover more of the Earth Dragon's secrets, which would, hopefully, eventually allow them to defeat the boss. Uncle Yuan, how far do you think Zero Wing will be able to go? Purple Jade asked curiously as she looked at Shifeng, who stood in the middle of Zero Wing's team. Other guilds might not have a clear idea of Zero Wing's strength, but the secret pavilion was well informed on matters regarding God's domain. They were quite aware that, when Phoenix Rain's Phoenix Pavilion and Zero Wing obtained the first clear of the Sunset Forest, Zero Wing had played an indispensable role in the raid. I'm not sure. Maybe they'll shave off around 20% of the boss's HP. Hopefully, they can get the boss to enter its second phase. That way, we can get a better understanding of the boss, Yuan Tiexin replied, shaking his head. Meanwhile, just as Yuan Tiexin and Purple Jade were conversing with each other, Zero Wing's members were also looking at and discussing the Earth Dragon. Guild leader, let's go. Kola urged excitedly as he looked at the distant Earth Dragon. Truthfully, dealing with the bosses on the third floor had not posed a challenge to him whatsoever. He had not been able to fully exhibit the Titan Guard's capabilities when going up against those bosses. Now that the Frost Flame two-headed Earth Dragon was before him, he was very eager to use it as a sparring partner to improve himself. Guild leader, why not let me be the lead MT this time? Turtledove eagerly recommended herself. At this moment, Kola and the other MTs weren't the only ones itching for action. Fire Dance, Shadow Sword, and the other DPS of the team were also bursting with fighting spirit. As long as Shifeng gave the command, they would immediately charge at the Earth Dragon without hesitation. Hold on a moment. Shadow, take this weapon and use it for this raid, Shifeng said after pondering for some time. He then took out the Tier 3 mana weapon Edgeless blade from his bag and handed it over to Shadow Sword. Initially, Shadow Sword wanted to say that the Crimson Moon Greatsword he wielded was already plenty good and that there was no need to switch weapons. However, after he accepted the Edgeless blade, he fell into a daze. Although he had yet to equip the weapon, the instant he took it into his hands, he could feel immense power surging into his body. At the same time, his mind also gained greater clarity. Shadow Sword immediately inspected the attributes of the Edgeless blade. What is this weapon? Shadow Sword muttered blankly as he looked at the Edgeless blade's attribute panel. Crimson Moon was one of Titan City's 31 holy weapons. At this point, he had already upgraded the weapon to Dark Gold rank, and its attributes were significantly superior to even ordinary Dark Gold weapons. In the future, he could even raise it to Epic rank. However, compared to the Edgeless blade he was currently holding, Crimson Moon was no different from an iron rod. He found it truly hard to imagine that such a powerful weapon could exist at this stage of the game. Moreover, even if he eventually upgraded Crimson Moon to Epic rank, he did not think that it would be a match for the Edgeless blade. The reason for this evaluation was the sensation he got when he held the Edgeless blade. It felt as if he had just activated a berserk skill. Just equipping the weapon had increased his strength by 40%. Moreover, the Edgeless blade's attack power was directly correlated to his strength attribute. Overall, the Edgeless blade's attack power was 50% higher than Crimson Moon's. In response to Shadow Sword's reaction, Shifeng dispensed with explanations. He commanded through the team chat, "All right, everyone get ready. Kola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian will be responsible for tanking the boss. Everyone else, pay attention to your positioning. Make sure not to stand near the Earth Dragon's heads and tails. If nobody has any problem, let's begin." As soon as Shifeng was done speaking, Zero Wing's members charged into the Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon's sphere of influence like a frenzied mob. Chapter 1663, Tier 3 Power. Chapter 1663, Tier 3 Power. The Frost Flame two-headed Earth Dragon laid before the massive stone doors with all of its eyes shut. As the Earth Dragon breathed, the area before its heads turned into a hell of frost and fire. When Kola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian got within 300 yards of the Earth Dragon, it stirred. When its two sets of amber eyes fell on the MT trio, it released a deafening roar that echoed throughout the valley. A horrific pressure washed over Zero Wing's approaching members, instilling a sense of dread and turning their movements sluggish. Ha! They're really doing it! And they're charging in as one mindlessly instead of sending a few experts to test the waters. What a bunch of brave fools. Wild Ocean laughed when he saw the ugly expressions that Zero Wing's members wore. He knew just how powerful the Earth Dragon was. After all, he had already fought the boss more than once. One could only understand the Earth Dragon's strength if they had experienced it personally. From what he had learned, he knew that ordinary Grand Lord ranked archaic species couldn't compare to this Earth Dragon. The boss had even easily overwhelmed a Tier 2 shield warrior like himself. Although the Earth Dragon seemed like a single entity, it should actually be treated as an amalgamation of three. This was because its two heads were capable of acting independently. Although all three tails normally moved in unison, they moved as though they had minds of their own. They could sense and attack targets that the two heads couldn't see. The Earth Dragon also possessed tremendous strength. Even when it was suppressed by a magic array, a single attack forced a Tier 2 metric tons to retreat several steps and take over -20,000 damage. This was after he had executed a technique to deflect most of the attack's power. If he simply blocked the Earth Dragon's attacks normally, he would take over -30,000 damage from its normal attacks. If he were careless for even a moment, the Earth Dragon would kill him instantly. Even without the constant threat of the lava showers, the Earth Dragon was a daunting foe. The Frost Flame two-headed Earth Dragon was the absolute gatekeeper for the Primordial Divine Ruins' 5th underground floor. Along with the Earth Dragon's roars, lava began to spew from the ground, creating a wall of lava around the battlefield. The ring of lava that formed sealed off Zero Wing's path of retreat. Now, it wasn't possible for players inside to escape or enter the battlefield. Players wouldn't have any opportunities to attack in rotation. Only the victor would survive this lava-surrounded battlefield. As the lava barrier formed, the Earth Dragon's two mouths widened. The ice and fire-type mana in the environment began to surge towards the beast's maws. Zero Wing really is unlucky. The Earth Dragon is actually using Frost Flame Breath right off the bat. The battle is likely already over. Praying Lotus sighed, watching the scene from afar. Frost Flame Breath was one of the Earth Dragon's team wipe moves. Not only did the skill possess a massive AoE, but it had an extremely short channeling time. As a cone attack skill, players normally wouldn't have trouble dodging it if they were within 50 yards of the boss. However, Zero Wing's members were still over 100 yards away from the boss. In this case, they would have to cross greater distances to move out of the skill's AoE, which was impossible with so little time. Praying Lotus wasn't alone in her thinking. Everyone could already imagine the boss wiping out Zero Wing's team before they could land a single attack. Seal. Just as the Earth Dragon was about to complete its Frost Flame Breath, Shifeng raised his right hand, which wore the 7 Luminaries ring, and cast Forbidden Domain on the Guardian boss. Suddenly, the mana in a 600-yard radius around the Earth Dragon froze. The mana surging towards the Earth Dragon's heads also stopped. In turn, the magic arrays which Frost Flame Breath had formed began to crumble due to a lack of mana started crumbling due to a lack of mana. What a powerful silencing effect. Zero Wing has such a powerful silencing skill. The distant spectators gasped. None of them could believe that a player was actually capable of stopping the Earth Dragon's Frost Flame Breath as it activated. God's Domain might have many players who had learned silencing skills, but there were differences in these skills' strength. Normally, silencing skills would have striking effects against Tier 0 and Tier 1 players, but most of the silencing skills they've seen thus far had little effect on Tier 2 players, much less boss monsters. Silencing skills that could affect boss monsters were incomparably valuable, even more so than large-scale destruction spells. Being able to silence a boss even for a moment could save a team from instant annihilation and turn the tide of battle, and most superpowers would offer astronomical prices to purchase such skills. According to their knowledge, aside from Tier 3 silencing magic scrolls, there had yet to be a player that had learned a silencing skill capable of affecting a Grand Lord ranked boss. Even silencing skills that could affect Great Lords had yet to be discovered, but Zero Wing actually possessed one. Zero Wing's value rose even higher in the various spectating superpowers' eyes. At the very least, Zero Wing now possessed an advantage none of them had against the Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon. With this silencing skill, raiding the Earth Dragon would be considerably easier. After being silenced, the Earth Dragon became enraged. Letting out a powerful roar, it charged toward Shurfeng. Having expected such a reaction, Shurfeng leisurely commanded, "Kola, you three will intercept the boss. Guild leader, leave it to us." Kola and the others smiled as they moved to meet the boss in battle. To the Earth Dragon, the MT trio was little more than a group of ants. The Earth Dragon lifted one of its claws and swept it horizontally at the approaching pests. "Come!" Seeing the massive claw approach, Kola's lips curled into a grin. He then raised his shield and charged forward. Ping! When the Earth Dragon's massive claw swept across the uneven ground, it removed all obstacles without slowing in the slightest, yet when its claw collided with Kola's Titan guard, its speed sharply decreased. The claw completely stopped after another 10 yards or so. What strength! Kola was surprised when he blocked the Earth Dragon's claw. This claw swipe had taken nearly 40,000 of his HP. The Earth Dragon's strength was already close to rivaling an ordinary mythic monster of the same level. The onlooking superpowers were even more shocked. If the Earth Dragon were unsuppressed, a single attack would be enough to instant-kill a Tier 1 metric ton, while Tier 2 MTs would lose over 50,000 HP. Meanwhile, their Tier 2 MTs only had a little over 60,000 HP. 2 hits would be more than enough to kill a Tier 2 metric tons. Yet even after receiving the Earth Dragon's attack head-on, Kola still had over half of his HP remaining. This proved that, at the very least, Kola could tank 3 of the unsuppressed Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon's hits. This also meant that, even if the Earth Dragon weren't subjected to any form of suppression, Kola could tank the Earth Dragon head-on if they healed him enough. This, in turn, gave his team the foundation it needed to raid the Earth Dragon. With an MT like Kola, their chances of defeating the Earth Dragon increased by at least 20%. Seeing the ant survive its first attack, the Earth Dragon proceeded to swipe its other claw. This time, Turtledove received the attack. Ping! Once again, something unbelievable occurred. The boss pushed Turtledove a much shorter distance than Kola. She also only lost a little over 34,000 HP. Likewise, she still had over 50% of her HP. Immediately after the Earth Dragon's 2 consecutive attacks, Shadow Sword, who was only a short distance behind Kola and Turtledove, leaped into the air and slashed at the Earth Dragon's chest. After the flash of silver, the Earth Dragon's head screamed in agony. Shadow Sword's great sword had actually cut through the Earth Dragon's adamantine-like scales, leaving a bloody gash on the monster's chest. Minus 10,320. An unbelievable number had appeared above the Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon's heads. Chapter 1664, Frightening Team. Over 10,000 damage. How is that possible? I'm not seeing things, right? How is his damage so high? Is he wearing a full set of epic equipment? The crowd couldn't tear their eyes off of Shadow Sword, shock and curiosity overwhelming their minds. In fact, many of them wanted to rush over and demand to know what Zero Wing had done to allow a player to deal over minus 10,000 damage to the Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon. The majority of their members' attacks had only dealt damage in the hundreds. Only their Tier 2 players had dealt more than that thanks to their superior attributes. Even so, their normal attacks only dealt around minus 3,000 damage each, yet Shadow Sword had dealt over minus 10,000 with a normal attack. Even if Shadow Sword were a Tier 2 Berserker, there should be no way his damage should surpass their Tier 2 members by such a large margin. The only reason they could think of was that the Berserker must have a full set of epic equipment, but even then, such a thing was unrealistic. How valuable was epic equipment? Players would need over 10 pieces to be fully geared in epic ranked equipment. Most of God's Domain's large guilds didn't even have that many pieces. Even super guilds could only afford to equip their strongest members with 4 or 5 pieces for maximum efficiency. They refused to believe that Zero Wing had the capability or generosity to gear a single player in 10 or more pieces of epic equipment. Guild leader, what kind of weapon did you give Shadow? Its attack power is amazing. Aqua Rose and Zero Wing's other Tier 2 players could not help but ask Shifeng after seeing Shadow Sword's shocking damage. They knew very clearly what kind of equipment Shadow Sword wore, and they knew that none of them could deal over minus 10,000 damage to this Guardian boss, especially not with a normal attack. The only explanation for Shadow Sword's unexpected performance had to be the weapon Shifeng had given him before the raid. However, they found it hard to imagine that changing weapons would offer such a massive boost. Even if the Great Sword were an epic weapon, the Berserker shouldn't be capable of so much damage. After all, the various superpowers had armed their Tier 2 DPS experts with epic weapons as well. I never said that I had given Shadow the weapon. I'm only letting him use it. As for what kind of weapon it is, that is a guild secret. Shifeng said, revealing a meaningful smile. If any of you enter the Flowing Water Realm in the future, I can help you obtain this kind of power too. Truthfully, the Edgeless Blade's performance had even surprised Shifeng. He had never thought that a Tier 3 mana weapon would be so powerful. However, as mana weapons had yet to make their public appearance in God's Domain, he did not want too many people to learn about them. If not for the Earth Dragon's incredibly high defense, he wouldn't have let Shadow Sword use the Edgeless Blade. Seriously, guild leader? Flying Shadow and the others' eyes sparkled when they heard Shifeng's offer. They all wanted to wield the power Shadow Sword had just displayed. Of course, when have I ever lied to you? Shifeng said, shrugging. Although Tier 3 mana weapons were extremely rare, even rarer than epic weapons, there were 12 Tier 3 mana weapons sitting in the Lost Town's tower. If he could secure the Lost Town, those weapons would be his for the taking. Hearing Shifeng's assurance, everyone's enthusiasm to improve their combat standard soared. If they raised their combat power to the Flowing Water Realm and obtained a weapon like the Edgeless Blade, they would instantly become apex experts in God's Domain. They wouldn't even have a problem killing a peak expert of the same level. Just thinking of the possibility excited them. The team began to vent its newfound passion in its fight against the Earth Dragon as damages in the hundreds began to appear above the boss's head. Only the Magic Light team and Zero Wing's Tier 2 players dealt over minus 3,000 damage, with some even reaching minus 5,000 damage. When Shifeng and Fire Dance joined the fray, the spectators were shocked once more. Due to the benefits formed the Shadow Bloodline, each of Fire Dance's normal attacks dealt over minus 9,000 damage. Although she didn't deal as much as Shadow Sword, she was an assassin. Her specialty was speed rather than raw power. Naturally, Shifeng was more impressive than both Shadow Sword and Fire Dance. His attack power was on a whole other level. His normal attacks alone dealt over minus 12,000 damage, while his skills easily dealt between minus 30,000 to minus 50,000 damage. He was practically a humanoid Great Lord. As they attacked, Shifeng sent 9 magical class players to approach the Earth Dragon and use the 9-star Polar Domain magic array to suppress the boss. Although the Earth Dragon had extraordinary strength, at the end of the day, it was only a Grand Lord. Its resistance wasn't on par with mythic monsters. Hence, the intermediate magic array still suppressed the Earth Dragon's attributes by 15%. Following which, Shifeng spent 5,000 magic crystals to activate World Projection, suppressing the boss even further. This caused the Earth Dragon's basic attributes to fall to 70% of their original values. Its maximum HP decreased to 189 million as well. Shifeng had no intention of using Disintegration Field as the skill didn't differentiate friend from foe. Aside from himself, everyone within range would be subjected to the Disintegration Field suppression. Right now, his team had to attack while focusing on their positioning and the lower showers. If he used Disintegration Field, the Earth Dragon wouldn't be the one to suffer, Zero Wings members would. Fortunately, the 30% decrease to the Earth Dragon's basic attributes relieved some of the pressure on Cola and the other two MTs. Even when they didn't use special techniques to block the boss's normal attacks, they received less than minus 20,000 from each hit. This damage wasn't nearly enough to threaten their lives. To increase the team's overall DPS, Shifeng had ordered some of the weaker experts to activate their berserk skills instead of holding back. Suddenly, the Earth Dragon's HP began to fall, the speed of which shocked the watching superpowers. However, as the battle drug on, the surrounding barrier began to spew jets of lava into the sky. The lava then rained down on everyone on the battlefield. Not even Shifeng had a good solution for countering this massive AoE. He could only rely on Violet Cloud's holy prayer, reducing the damage his teammates took while simultaneously healing them. As for Cola, he used Divine Shield to protect the MTs fighting on the front line. When the lava shower ended, even with Violet Cloud's assistance, Zero Wings' team had lost over 100 members. Zero Wings' casualty rate was significantly higher than the various superpowers teams. Fortunately, the lava showers did not happen too often, giving Zero Wings members plenty of time to damage the boss. When the second lava shower eventually fell on the team, Zero Wings suffered evidently fewer losses. Most of the players that had died during the first lava shower had lower combat standards, while the survivors were stronger. The Earth Dragon's HP quickly fell to 95%, 95%, 90%, 80%. When the Earth Dragon entered its second phase, it ceased its claw attacks. Instead, it began to execute AoE breath attacks, though they weren't as powerful as its Frost Flame breath. Even so, each attack dealt considerable amounts of damage. When Cola tried to take a hit with his shield, he had instantly lost over 30,000 HP. The change in attack pattern also forced Zero Wings members to run constantly, evading the boss's AoE attacks. This development instantly reduced the team's overall DPS. However, Shifeng still had the situation in hand. Roughly 6 minutes after the battle had begun, the Earth Dragon's HP fell to 30%. At this point, Zero Wings' team only had 300 members left alive. Everyone else had either died to the breath attacks or the lava showers. The boss is entering its third phase. Whoever has a berserk skill, use it now. Shifeng hurriedly shouted when he saw the Earth Dragon's HP fall to 30%. Hearing Shifeng's command, Cola and the other MTs activated Power of Darkness, no longer holding back and skyrocketing their attributes. Meanwhile, the Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon released a deafening roar, and the surrounding ice and fire-type mana concentrated around it. The Earth Dragon swiped one of its claws at Cola, Turtledove, and Yi Wumian. Despite the boost to the MT trio's basic attributes, the attack shoved them back by over a dozen yards. They had nearly lost their footing from the devastating impact. Each of them had lost over 50,000 HP on the spot. Had they failed to activate their berserk skills in time, they would have died instantly. Quick! The boss's defense has weakened. Attack it with everything you've got. When Shifeng realized that the Earth Dragon had entered its berserk and saw that his attacks now dealt over minus 16,000 damage, he ordered his team to go all out. With a decrease to the boss's defense, Shifeng stopped holding back himself as he activated Heavenly Dragon's power. All of a sudden, the Earth Dragon's HP began to fall much faster. Meanwhile, the less HP the Earth Dragon had remaining, the stronger its retaliation became. From time to time, it randomly targeted a player with its tails and breaths. Although Cola and the others continued to use taunt skills to hold the boss's aggro, all their efforts were futile. 25%, 15%, 5%. When the Earth Dragon only had 3% HP remaining, fewer than 100 Zero Wing members stood on the battlefield. The situation looked dire for Zero Wing. Meanwhile, the Earth Dragon used its breath and claw attacks more often, forcing the MT trio to activate their life-saving skills and focus on defense. They no longer dared to spare energy to deal damage. Die! Shi Feng activated Divine Providence as he charged up to the Earth Dragon. He then activated the Tier 2 Flame Burst and brandished his swords at the Grand Lord. Dazzling sword lights illuminated the battlefield. Every time these lights flashed, a scorch mark would appear on the Earth Dragon's body. Out of the 16 slashes Shi Feng had executed, the weakest had dealt over -200,000 damage. In the blink of an eye, he had eliminated the final strand of the boss's HP. The Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon then unwillingly collapsed to the burned earth. Chapter 1665, Everyone's Target. Chapter 1665, Everyone's Target. When the Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon collapsed, the ground shook under its massive weight, and the 50-plus survivors nearly lost their footing as the earth trembled. Everyone, Zero Wings members and those from the various superpowers behind the lava barrier, fell silent as they turned towards Shi Feng, who stood before the Earth Dragon's corpse. The Grand Lord's blood had dyed Shi Feng's armor, which was damaged in multiple places. The swordsman was visibly exhausted, yet despite that he seemed massive in the spectators' eyes. Every player watching felt as if they gazed upon a hero of legend. It's dead. Zero Wing actually slew the Earth Dragon. This is a trick, right? They actually managed to defeat the boss? No one could bring themselves to believe their eyes. Even the superpowers had been utterly helpless against the Earth Dragon on their own. They likely would have had to pull their forces to defeat the boss, yet Zero Wing's team had accomplished the feat on its own. Immediately, the sound of a system notification reached everyone's ears. System, congratulations to Team Zero Wing for being the first to kill the Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon. Rewarding 3 fifth-floor teleportation stones and 10 humanity reputation points. With this system notification, even those who refused to believe that Zero Wing had succeeded had no choice but to accept it as fact. Is this why Phoenix Rain has such great faith in Zero Wing? Yuan Tiexin fell into deep thought as he stared at Shi Feng's back. Zero Wing, huh? King's Return's Broken City could not help but watch Shi Feng closely as well. The guild is actually far more powerful than the rumors made it out to be. It seems that our subordinates will have to pay much closer attention to the guild. Suddenly, the various superpowers' attitudes towards Zero Wing changed. Now, rather than treat Zero Wing like some insignificant power, they had to view the guild as a competitor. Meanwhile, Shi Feng remained ignorant of the attention he received from the various superpowers. He only had eyes for the items that had dropped before him. Normally, a team would be incredibly lucky if a Grand Lord-ranked archaic species dropped several dozen items, yet the Earth Dragon had dropped over 100. The size of the bounty had far exceeded Shi Feng's expectations. Seeing this, the spectating superpowers' eyes became bloodshot. In fact, many of them wanted to charge forward and steal the loot. Needless to say, the first kill of such a powerful archaic species would definitely grant extremely bountiful loot. Such loot could elevate their respective team's strength to a whole new level. Unfortunately, none of them could act on their desires with the lava barrier between them and the items. They could only watch helplessly as Shi Feng collected one item after another. Meanwhile, Shi Feng went into a frenzy, snatching up every item. At the same time, he instructed the team's healers to resurrect their dead. Although the lava barrier stood between them and the various superpowers, it had begun to fade after the Earth Dragon's death. At the rate it disappeared, the barrier would only last a few more minutes. Meanwhile, the rule for boss loot in the outside world also applied in the Primordial Divine Ruin. Even if players successfully killed a boss and obtained its loot, the items would drop if other players killed them within the first 2 hours. There were multiple teams from the various superpowers waiting outside of the lava barrier, and their experts weren't ordinary. If all of these experts attacked, they could very easily annihilate Zero Wing's players. Hence, he needed to collect the loot and leave before the barrier vanished. Zero Wing's members quickly realized their situation, and the team's healers rushed to resurrect their fallen companions. Sure enough, the lava barrier completely disappeared around 4 minutes after the Earth Dragon's death, But before the various superpowers could take action, Feng used the 8 teleportation stones, 5 from the boss and 3 from the system reward. Instantly, Zero Wing's 800 living members transformed into streaks of light that faded into the massive stone doors. They sure ran quickly. Wild Ocean was slightly disappointed to see Zero Wing's members vanish. A colossal fortune had just disappeared before his very eyes. If not for the lava barrier, Zero Wing wouldn't have gotten away with the boss's loot. As expected of Zero Wing, they certainly react quickly. Yuan Tiexin chuckled. Everyone dreamed of obtaining items that could improve players' strength, and superpowers were no exception. Even though Zero Wing had proven to them all that its combat power and growth potential was extraordinary, that would do little to deter them from attacking. Uncle Yuan, what should we do? With the boss dead, we won't be able to move on to the 5th floor, Purple Jade said. She felt a slight headache brew as she gazed at the empty battlefield. Although the 4th underground floor had plenty of monsters, only the Frostflame 2-headed Earth Dragon dropped teleportation stones. Since the only Earth Dragon on the 4th floor had just died, other players had no way of proceeding to the next floor. Don't worry. The Earth Dragon is both the Guardian boss and the only monster that drops the teleportation stones. It should respawn shortly. However, even if we kill it, we won't get as much loot as Zero Wing, Yuan Tiexin said, a hint of envy flashing in his eyes as he stared at the massive set of stone doors, which Zero Wing's members had disappeared into. News that Zero Wing had secured the first kill of the 4th floor's Guardian boss quickly spread past the Primordial Divine Ruin, causing a commotion among the powers interested in the Orc Empire. Nobody had expected that the first guild to set foot on the Primordial Divine Ruin's 5th underground floor would neither be a super first-rate guild or a super guild, but an up-and-coming guild like Zero Wing. For a time, a significant number of guilds and adventurer teams became interested in cooperating with the guild. Although they weren't strong enough to reach the 5th floor and subsequently Primordial City on their own, they could hire Zero Wing to carry some of their members. They might be able to learn all sorts of combat techniques from the guild as well. As for purchasing these services from the various superpowers, they had no hope of such a thing. They had nothing the various superpowers wanted, but Zero Wing was a different story. Zero Wing was a guild with very shallow foundations. It lacked both manpower and resources. Moreover, as a developing guild, Zero Wing definitely needed a large amount of funds and resources, which their guilds and adventurer teams could provide. With this, they would have the basis for cooperation. Meanwhile, on the Primordial Divine Ruin's 5th underground floor. After leaving the 4th floor, Feng's group was transported to a quiet lakeside surrounded by forest. So, this is the 5th floor? Everyone turned as they observed their surroundings. Unlike on the previous floors, they didn't feel danger from the area around them. On the contrary, they felt comfortable and at peace. Everyone rest up. We'll search for the path to Primordial City later, Feng instructed as he noticed his recently resurrected team members' exhaustion. Every 5th floor in the Primordial Divine Ruin was a milestone. The 1st floor would test players, while the 5th would allow them to rest. The 5th floor's mana density was so high that players could swiftly recover their stamina and concentration even as they moved about. The recovery effects on this floor were no weaker than those in NPC cities' hotels. In the past, some guilds had even established temporary towns on the Primordial Divine Ruins rest floors. These temporary towns had provided a safe haven from other players and a place for players to trade and replenish their supplies. Unfortunately, the services these towns had provided had been exceedingly expensive. But that couldn't be helped. Once players left the Primordial Divine Ruin, not only would they have to start over with the 1st floor's raid, but they'd also have to wait a full day before entering again. Just re-entering the ruin would be a problem. If a team wanted to resupply inside the ruin, they had to accept the atrocious prices. Hence, the temporary guild towns on the ruin's rest floors generated considerable profit each day. Moreover, the services would become more expensive as the floor numbers increased. However, only superpowers were generally capable of establishing towns on lower floors. Ordinary large guilds could only make a profit by doing so on the 5th floor. Only, Shifeng currently had no such plans. Locating the path towards Primordial City was far more important right now. While everyone rested, Shifeng opened his bag and looked through the items the Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon had dropped. Since he had been in too much of a rush earlier, he hadn't had the time to inspect the boss's loot, but even if the other guilds wanted to chase his team to the 5th floor, they'd have to wait until a new Earth Dragon spawned on the 4th to do so. Chapter 1666, Insane Loot. Chapter 1666, Insane Loot. The Frostflame two-headed Earth Dragon had dropped over 100 items. Although the majority consisted of materials and magic crystals, 8 weapons and pieces of equipment had dropped. The reward for first kill is quite surprising. Shifeng could not help but grow a little excited after appraising the weapons and equipment. Out of the 8 weapons and equipment, there were 5 pieces of level 50 dark gold equipment and 2 level 50 dark gold weapons, one of which was a dagger, and the other was a one-handed axe. The weapons were top tier even among dark gold weapons, good enough to tempt super guilds' peak experts. Although the various large guilds' experts had already reached level 50, most of them were stuck with level 45 weapons. Take the various superpowers that had entered the Primordial Divine Ruin alongside Zero Wing, for example. Those superpowers Refinement Realm experts would be fortunate to wield a level 50 fine gold weapon. Unfortunately, most were stuck with level 45 dark gold weapons, which had both lower basic attributes and attack power than level 50 fine gold weapons. Surprisingly, the 5 pieces of dark gold equipment that had dropped were pieces of the Berserker class's Mad Gale set and the Elementalist class's Frostflame set. 2 of the 5 pieces were the Mad Gale set's gloves and boots, and the remaining 3 pieces were the Frostflame's hat, gloves, and boots. Level 50 dark gold set equipment was only inferior to epic equipment. Players could use the equipment until they were level 59 before it would go out of date. Moreover, class-specific set equipment was generally specialized for its class. Take the 6-piece Mad Gale set, for example. Its 2-piece set effect increased the wearer's movement speed and attack speed by 15%, which made up for the Berserker class's lack of speed. The Frostflame set was also a 6-piece set, and its 2-piece set effect increased Elementalist's cast range by 10%. Although the improvement seemed small, a player could easily overwhelm ranged opponents if they took advantage of it properly. If he could complete both sets, he could even fetch 10,000 for them. However, the 7 items were nothing compared to the value of the last piece of equipment. Frostflame Ring, Epic Rank. Level 50, Level 100. Equipment requirement: Strength 500, Agility 400, Intelligence 1000. Strength plus 55, Agility plus 42, Endurance plus 45, Intelligence plus 74, Level 50. Ignore levels plus 12. Ice Resistance plus 15. Fire Resistance plus 15. Additional passive skill dash. Frost Flame Barrier. Creates a frost flame barrier around user. As long as the user is standing, the power of all ice and fire-type spells increases by 20% and channeling time reduces by 10%. Additional active skill 1 dash. Frostflame's Descent. Manipulate ice and fire-type mana to deal 700% fire damage to targets in a 40-yard cone. Targets hit will have their movement speed reduced by 70% for 6 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Additional active skill 2 dash. Frostflame Shield. Creates a protective shield that covers an area with a 15-yard radius. The Frostflame Shield is immune to all ice and fire-type damage. The Frostflame Shield lasts 20 seconds and can absorb damage equivalent to 300% of user's maximum mana. Cooldown, 10 minutes. Rings and necklaces were extremely rare equipment in God's domain. They were worth at least double that of equipment of the same quality, as well. An epic ring was far more valuable than a piece of epic equipment. If an elementalist equipped the Frostflame ring, their combat power would increase by at least 20%. Moreover, the Frostflame ring offered skills that covered both OE offense and defense. It was a treasure worth tens of thousands of gold. Guild leader, what did the boss drop? Blackie could not help but ask curiously as he watched Shifeng inspect the Earth Dragon's loot. At Blackie's question, the rest of the team members perked up, curious about the loot as well. Take a look for yourselves, Shifeng said. He then shared the 8 weapons and pieces of equipment's attribute panels in the team chat, allowing everyone to see the items. I've also listed the GCPs needed to purchase them. If you're interested in any of them, come to me. Although epic items were precious in God's domain, they were no longer unattainable. Hence, it didn't particularly matter if he revealed the Frostflame ring. At most, the various major powers would envy Zero Wing when they found out about it. They would not go as far as to wage war over the item. Moreover, by sharing the attribute panels with the team, he could improve the team's morale. These level 50 dark gold weapons and equipment pieces are amazing. The boss's loot is insane. It actually dropped level 50 dark gold set equipment. This ring is godlike. Its attributes alone can rival the attributes on my level 50 fine gold gloves. Screw the basic attributes. Look at the ring's additional skills. Those effects are amazing. If I had this ring, my DPS would increase by at least 30%. Everyone drooled over the 8 items. Any one of these items would easily rank among a super guild's most precious treasures. Not even super guild's upper echelons wielded such items, yet Shifeng had made them available for purchase in the Zero Wing. The only problem was the item's price tags. Each one of the 2 level 50 dark gold weapons cost 500,000 GCP, which was the equivalent of 1,000 gold outside of the guild. Although it was incredibly cheap if purchased with coins, it was a different story if players purchased them with GCPs. GCPs were, after all, far more difficult to acquire. The Frostflame ring, however, cost 4 million GCPs, the equivalent of 8,000 gold. At this point, no one in the guild had that many GCPs. However, since Shifeng didn't want the ring to go to waste, he lent it to Alluring Summer, who was a Tier 2 elementalist. I'm definitely not going to face Summer in PvP. The Frostflame ring skills are game-breaking, Kola said as he watched Alluring Summer equip the Frostflame ring. As a Tier 2 elementalist, Alluring Summer was already a mobile defense turret. If she focused on a single target, even a Tier 2 metric tons of the same level would fall quickly under her attacks. With the assistance of the Frostflame ring, Alluring Summer's firepower would rise to a whole new level. If she activated Frostflame Shield, she would be able to cast her spells without worrying about incoming attacks for a short time. She could afford to cast powerful spells that had long channeling times even in a one-on-one fight. After dealing with the weapons and equipment, Shifeng didn't share any information on the other items the Earth Dragon had dropped. Weapons and equipment would only boost the strength of an individual player, but it was a different story for the 2 forging designs the Guardian boss had dropped. One of the forging designs was for the Giant Frost Axe, a level 50 fine gold 2-handed axe, while the other was for the Scorching Sun Gloves, a set of level 50 dark gold plate gloves. If he allowed Cream Coco and the others to learn these designs, they could craft plenty of powerful weapons and equipment pieces for the guild. The 2 designs were exceedingly more valuable than the 7 dark gold items combined. Shifeng had also obtained a leaf of tattered parchment from the Earth Dragon. Although the words and images on the parchment had long since become indiscernible, it still radiated a faint trace of pressure. When Shifeng felt this pressure, he was shocked. After taking a closer look at this parchment, Shifeng was elated. The parchment was actually a hero's chapter. Moreover, unlike the hero's chapter he had obtained during a previous auction, this hero's chapter contained information on a particular hero and would summon said hero when used. It was even more valuable than a hero's chapter that summoned a random hero. The name of the hero recorded was also one that Shifeng was extremely familiar with. It was also a name that everybody in God's domain had known during his previous life, the Magic King, Craig Midlands. Chapter 1667, Magic King. The fact that the Earth Dragon had dropped a hero's chapter, let alone a hero chapter for Craig Midlands, had truly surprised Shifeng. In God's domain, there were 32 heroes that could only be summoned with specific heroes chapters. They were also the strongest heroes players could summon using the heroes chapters. In the past, these 32 heroes had been known as the 32 Pillars. Based on historical records, every one of these 32 heroes had cleared the complete God's trial and gained the ancient God's recognition. If nurtured properly, any one of these 32 pillars could easily become the guardian of an entire city. This was because these 32 heroes had the potential to reach level 200, tier 5 at the very minimum. Moreover, because they were heroes, their basic attributes were higher than players of the same level and tier. When players nurtured these heroes to their peaks, only tier 6 god-ranked players had any chance against them. Among the 32 pillars, the Magic King, Craig Midlands, ranked 17th. He had been a famous NPC in God's domain who had mastered the 6 major elements. No ordinary tier 5 NPC could compare to his strength. Craig Midlands had once fended off a siege that included 20 tier 5 players and successfully protected the city he had been tasked to guard. He had even killed 11 of the tier 5 experts. The hero's display had been so impressive that it had even stupefied the guild that had nurtured and summoned him. Nobody had expected the Magic King to be that powerful. Normally, even a tier 5 NPC would fall if 20 tier 5 players ganged up on him, yet the Magic King had resisted and won. However, Craig's victory over the team of tier 5 players was not what that shocked the world the most. Rather, players had been astounded by the spells he had used. With his mastery over 6 major elements, not only did his attacks carry great destructive power, but his attack methods were also varied and complex. His attacks had basically no weaknesses. If a tier 5 player had tried to face him one-on-one, they would have been beaten to a pulp. Moreover, for every element Craig Midlands grasped, he could create one elemental doppelganger. Although each doppelganger only had 80% of Craig's attributes, they were far stronger than players of the same level and tier. In other words, trying to fight Craig Midlands was on par with fighting 7 tier 5 NPCs. With this, I'll have a capable protector for Zero Wing City. Sherfong clearly remembered that the guild that had acquired the Magic King, Craig Midlands in his previous life had only been a first-rate guild. Naturally, the guild had used Craig to protect its main city, and due to the NPC's presence, not even super first-rate and super guilds had dared to strike that city. If he used Craig to protect Zero Wing City, the city's defensibility would rise to an entirely new level. Shortly after Sherfong and the other Zero Wing members began their rest on the 5th floor, Melancholic Smile contacted him. Guild leader, what did you do in the Primordial Divine Ruin? Many large guilds have come to Candlelight to negotiate cooperation, Melancholic Smile asked inquisitively. As many as 8 first-rate guilds had approached Candlelight, seeking cooperation, not to mention the second- and third-rate guilds. Watching these guilds' upper echelons enter White River City's Candlelight trading firm with their entourages has been spectacular. The scene had also caused a huge commotion throughout the city. For a moment, she had even thought that these guilds had intended to attack the trading firm. It's nothing. We just got to the ruins' 5th floor before the other guilds, Sherfong said, chuckling. What kind of cooperation are they looking for? They're asking to purchase some of our guild's basic combat techniques and opportunities to learn advanced combat techniques. Though, slots to enter Primordial City are their main goal. They are willing to pay with magic crystals and top-tier weapons and equipment, Melancholic Smile said. The bounty war between Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial was still in full swing. As a result, Zero Wing burned through funds, weapons, and equipment each day. If Zero Wing could sell the services these large guilds requested for top-tier weapons and equipment, it would help the guild out a great deal. Unfortunately, this matter would have a massive impact on the guild, and she couldn't make the decision by herself. Their ideas sound quite solid. Sherfong began to ruminate on the matter. A moment later, he said, "All right, we will agree to their conditions. However, they can only offer payment with magic crystals. Moreover, we will only sell the opportunity to learn basic combat techniques. Each learning opportunity will cost 1,000 magic crystals. This condition isn't limited to these guilds either, It will stand for all players. As for the guild's other requests, refuse them. Due to the appearance of the Primordial Divine Ruin, basic combat techniques had become more commonplace in God's domain. Even so, pitifully few first-rate guilds had secured any techniques from the ruin. The other guilds couldn't even make it inside. However, as players unlocked more of the Primordial Divine Ruin, the number of players allowed inside would increase. Moreover, as players continued to grow stronger, it would only be a matter of time before more guilds secured basic combat techniques. Rather than wait for such a future, it'd be better if Zero Wing took advantage of the current situation and sold learning opportunities, making a fortune. In fact, many large guilds had openly sold learning opportunities for basic combat techniques in the past. He simply executed this business strategy ahead of time. In any case, he had obtained 3 basic combat techniques on his way to the 5th underground floor, with 2 from the Earth Dragon. As for the advanced combat techniques, there was no way he'd sell them. Both in his previous life and in this one, advanced combat techniques were a guild's core secret. While basic combat techniques helped players build a solid foundation, they did very little to improve players' combat standards. Only advanced combat techniques had a considerable effect on players' combat standards. 1,000 crystals per chance? Isn't that price a little too high? Melancholic Smile asked awkwardly. Currently, magic crystals sold for 30 silver each on the market. Thus, 1,000 magic crystals were worth 300 gold. However, while the various guilds might accept a price of 300 gold, that wouldn't necessarily be the case for 1,000 magic crystals. Every large guild desperately needed magic crystals right now, and players wouldn't necessarily learn a combat technique in its entirety on the first attempt. It's fine. Just tell them. Whether or not they accept our price is up to them. Nobody's forcing them to learn our combat techniques, Shi Feng said, chuckling. Although basic combat techniques were the weakest of the bunch, they weren't easily found. Players could not obtain one just because they wanted to. Despite the Primordial Divine Ruin activating some time ago, only a small number of basic combat techniques had dropped thus far. Moreover, different basic combat techniques offered different kinds of benefits. Some improved attack methods, some improved footwork, and so on. Just because a player had learned a basic combat technique, that did not mean that other techniques would be useless. On the contrary, the more basic combat techniques a player learned, the sturdier their foundation would become. With a strong foundation, players would have a much easier time learning advanced combat techniques. In fact, players may even be able to create their own basic or advanced combat technique. I'll relay the message to these guilds and announce it to the public then, Melancholic Smile said. After giving the matter some thought, she saw the logic in Shi Feng's decision. Other guilds still treated their basic combat techniques like family heirlooms. Even core members had to pay a significant amount of GCPs to learn the techniques. Since they had approached Zero Wing to purchase its family heirlooms, it was only natural that the guild demand a higher price. Moreover, there were many wealthy individuals among God's domain's adventurer teams and independent experts. Generally, adventurer teams and independent experts had no opportunity to learn basic combat techniques, so they'd be more than willing to pay the price. After disconnecting his call with Melancholic Smile, Shi Feng sent out a few scouts to explore the 5th floor. In less than 10 minutes, Shi Feng received a report from one of the scouts. Guild leader, I found a gigantic magic array in the forest. There's also an NPC in the center of the array, a scouting assassin reported. An NPC? Send me your coordinates. Shi Feng was instantly ecstatic. As far as he knew, there shouldn't be an NPCs on the Primordial Divine Ruins rest floors. Since one of his scouts had found one, that NPC must be related to Primordial City. Chapter 1668, Primordial City's Entrance Test. Chapter 1668, Primordial City's Entrance Test. Shi Feng moved through the tranquil forest and proceeded towards the coordinates the scouting assassin sent him. Very quickly, he came across a clearing that was abounding with mana, so much that it had even condensed into a white mist that enveloped the area. What amazing mana! Shi Feng was startled as he moved through the white mist. While he stood within the white mist, not only did his mind become much clearer than before, but even his stamina and concentration recovery rates skyrocketed. The recovery rates were at least 4 times higher than what one would experience inside hotels of NPC cities. If players were to practice combat in such an environment, the results would be wondrous. Training here would be particularly effective. In his previous life, while part of the reason why players loved places with high mana density was the ease in exhibiting their combat standards there, a more important reason was the much greater efficiency in practicing and learning combat techniques. Although combat techniques did not consume mana, they did take a toll on the user's stamina and concentration. Meanwhile, unlike basic attributes, hidden attributes like stamina and concentration were not displayed using numerical values. Players could only rely on their own senses to determine how much stamina and concentration they had remaining. If players fought normally inside major NPC cities, their stamina and concentration consumption would be roughly equal to their regeneration rates. Hence, players could fight in arenas to their heart's content without worrying about becoming exhausted. However, it was a different story if players started incorporating combat techniques in battle. Combat techniques placed a significant burden on stamina and concentration. Executing a basic combat technique would cost roughly 4 to 5 times more stamina and concentration than executing a simple attack. Hence, if players continuously executed basic combat techniques, even when fighting or practicing inside a city, they would very quickly exhaust their stamina and concentration. Needless to say, the depletion rate for executing advanced combat techniques was even more severe. Hence, high mana density locations were extremely popular among experts of God's Domain during Shi Feng's previous life. In the current God's Domain, combat techniques had yet to be popularized. If they had, though, Zero Wing City's player population would have long since shot past 10 million. This was also one of the reasons behind Shi Feng's decision to sell basic combat techniques to the public right now. If only a small number of people are allowed to enter Primordial City, it won't be a bad idea to have the ones left out remain here to practice combat techniques. Taking a look at the mist-covered clearing, Shi Feng figured that there was more than enough space for 1,000 players to practice combat techniques here. Places with high mana density were extremely rare in God's Domain, not to mention places with mana so dense that it formed a mist. This small area was definitely a sacred training ground. Any superpower that discovered such a location would definitely do everything they could to monopolize it to nurture their own experts. Guild leader, the NPC is over there. After Shi Feng arrived at the designated coordinates, a blue-clad assassin approached him. The assassin then pointed at the old man standing inside a magic array a short distance away. The elder wore a set of white robes and held a golden staff in his right hand. Looking at this elder, Shi Feng found that the old man did not exude any kind of powerful aura and looked very ordinary. However, when Shi Feng tried inspecting him, he failed to get any information about the elder, not even the old man's name. Everything was displayed in question marks. Following which, Shi Feng used omniscient eyes to observe the old man. Tyrol, Primordial City's protector. Hero, Divine Mage. Level? HP? / A hero? Shi Feng could not help but be stunned. He had never imagined that he would actually meet a living, breathing hero. In God's Domain, heroes had long since vanished into legend. The hero standing before him right now was something entirely different from the heroes summoned using Heroes chapters. More precisely, the heroes summoned using Heroes chapters were heroic spirits, not true heroes. Even so, they were still incomparably powerful and more than capable of safeguarding an entire town or city by themselves. However, a true hero was on an entirely different level compared to a heroic spirit. Unlike heroic spirits, true heroes still retain the blessing they received from ancient gods. Therefore, their life rating was even higher than that of archaic species. Moreover, heroes possessed extraordinary combat standards. Hence, if one did not utilize any special techniques, even 100 Tier 5 players would not be enough to take down a living hero at their peak. A hero was an existence that was truly capable of turning the tide of battle with their strength alone. Although seeing a living hero excited Shi Feng greatly, when he noticed the hero's identity as Primordial City's protector, he quickly suppressed his excitement and approached the elder. The moment Shi Feng set foot into the magic array, Tyrol opened his eyes abruptly and disappeared from where he stood. In the next moment, he appeared before Shi Feng and quietly scrutinized the youth before him. When Shi Feng felt Tyrol's gaze on him, he felt as if his entire existence was under examination. However, he was not particularly surprised by this situation. Primordial City was a blessing of the ancient gods. Players belonging to forces deemed hostile by the ancient gods, such as the forces of darkness, should not even think of setting foot into Primordial City. If any of these players were discovered, they would be eliminated immediately. Young man, you've done well to reach this place. I am Tyrol, a protector of Primordial City, Tyrol said, revealing a faint smile and giving Shi Feng a nod of approval. If you wish to enter Primordial City, you have to pass the entrance test. Moreover, you have only 3 chances to challenge it. If you fail all 3, you can only try again during your next visit to the Primordial Divine Ruin. Lord Protector, may I know the contents of the test? Shi Feng asked respectfully. It's a simple test. All you need to do is defeat yourself, Tyrol replied, smiling. Of course, there are also differences in difficulty. The more difficult the test you challenge, the more contribution points you will obtain once you arrive in Primordial City. There are 5 different difficulties available: Normal, Hard, Hell, Azura, and God. Meanwhile, the contribution points you will gain from them are 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, and 10,000, respectively. Each person has only 3 opportunities to challenge the test. You must cherish them. Upon hearing Tyrol's words, although Shi Feng kept his expression indifferent, inwardly he was bursting with joy. Similar to the city on Thunder Island, if players wished to mingle in Primordial City, they needed contribution points. Without contribution points, they could enjoy only the basic benefits the city offered and should not even think of obtaining the truly good stuff available. Meanwhile, the reason why Shi Feng was excited was the large number of contribution points the entrance test awarded. In his previous life, when he visited Primordial City, he did not do so by passing the entrance test but by using a teleportation ticket, which he had obtained through killing monsters. He had received only 500 contribution points in doing so. However, with just 500 contribution points, one would be no different from a beggar inside Primordial City. Of course, one's contribution points would not remain the same forever. There were plenty of methods to earn contribution points. Completing quests was the simplest among them, though inefficient. Ordinary quests only granted around 2 to 5 points each, while high-ranking quests granted around 20 to 50 points each. However, high-ranking quests were extremely rare. Hence, collecting even 500 contribution points was very difficult. Yet, now, even the normal entrance test awarded 1,000 contribution points upon completion. The additional 500 points would save players plenty of time. Moreover, this was also good news to Zero Wings members. It meant that everyone would have an opportunity to enter Primordial City. Young adventurer, have you decided to enter Primordial City? Tyrol asked, smiling as he looked at Shi Feng. I am willing to accept the test. Shi Feng nodded. Very good. May I know which difficulty you wish to choose? Tyrol asked with a wave of his hand. Instantly, 5 crystal balls of different colors appeared before Shi Feng. Aside from having different colors, these crystal balls also exuded auras of various intensities. Even the crystal ball with the weakest aura made Shi Feng shudder involuntarily, whereas the one with the strongest aura made him feel deep despair. Chapter 1669, Shadow of Trial. What powerful auras! Shi Feng tensed as he gazed at the 5 crystal balls hovering before him. It was obvious that these crystal balls represented the strength of the opponent he would face. These crystal balls' auras also provided a hint to help players make the best decision. However, even the weakest crystal ball radiated considerable pressure. It was evident that entering Primordial City wouldn't be as easy as he had expected. Feng wasn't the only player present who could sense the 5 crystal balls' auras. Aqua Rose and the others, who had just arrived outside of the magic array, could sense the intense energy from the crystal balls as well. Every crystal ball felt as if it contained some horrific creature. These crystals represent your opponent's strengths. You may choose the one that you think you can defeat, but please remember, you only have 3 chances, Tyrol reminded. 3 chances? After giving the matter some thought, Feng proceeded to choose the second strongest crystal ball. Lord Tyrol, I choose this one. Based on the aura of the God rank test, he knew that he had no chance of completing it. In fact, he wasn't even particularly confident of passing the Azura rank test, but since he had 3 chances, he might as well give it a try. If he could clear the Azura rank test, he could earn more contribution points before entering Primordial City, which would save him from having to pick up plenty of troublesome tasks. Azura rank? Tyrol could not help but shake his head as he looked at Feng. What a courageous young man you are. However, since you've made your decision, let the test begin. Saying so, Tyrol gestured with his left hand. Suddenly, the Azura-ranked crystal ball shattered, and the shards transformed into 3 clouds of mist. These clouds gradually took on humanoid shapes, and a moment later, 3 creatures, identical to Feng, manifested inside the magic array. Meanwhile, aside from their names, Shadow of Trial, the system revealed no information about them. 3. The corners of Feng's mouth twitched slightly. Although he could not see the Shadows of Trial's basic attributes, he clearly sensed that they were higher than his. Aqua Rose and the others, who watched from outside of the magic array, gasped when they saw the 3 Shadows of Trial. Each of the shadows felt like a great lord. No, to be more precise, the shadows' auras were stronger than any of the great lords they had faced. It would not be a stretch to call them grand lords. To pass the test, you simply need to land 10 hits on each of them. I must warn you, they know everything you know. Likewise, if they hit you 10 times, you will be eliminated, Tyrol said. After Tyrol explained the rules, the 3 Shadows of Trial revealed human-like sneers. Suddenly, they vanished, leaving afterimages as they charged at Feng. So fast! The watching crowd was shocked. The shadows had moved so quickly that all they had seen was faint afterimages. Moreover, unlike ordinary monsters, the Shadows of Trial commanded extremely high intellect. Their fighting style wouldn't be monotonous. Moreover, all 3 shadows coordinated perfectly, each striking at Feng from different directions. As soon as the shadows appeared around Feng, each launched a different attack. Illusory Shadow. Purgatory Pentaslash. Shadow Blade. The Shadows of Trial's attacks sealed off Feng's escape paths. To make matters worse, the illusory shadow attacks couldn't be blocked. Feng paled as he realized his situation. Not even he dared to receive all 3 skill attacks head-on. If he tried to, he would undoubtedly end up dead in the blink of an eye. Just before the attacks landed, Feng activated Divine Steps, and 10 doppelgangers split from his body. He immediately switched positions with a nearby doppelganger and used Shadow Blade against the nearest Shadow of Trial. However, before the Shadow Blades could reach the Shadow of Trial, 10 doppelgangers split from its body. Feng's 10 Shadow Blades then pierced through the Shadow of Trial's form. However, it was evident that he had nearly struck a doppelganger. How is this possible? They have my weapons and equipment skills as well? Feng was shocked when the Shadow also used Divine Steps. However, before Feng could regain his senses, all 3 Shadows of Trial activated Heavenly Dragon's power, their attributes soaring. They slashed their blades at their target, the intensity of their strength creating powerful gales. With no better plan, Feng continued to switch positions with his doppelgangers to avoid the incoming attacks. Although Heavenly Dragon's power was strong, it was a berserk skill that focused on boosting strength. Its buff to speed was only subpar. For a time, Shi Feng was at a complete disadvantage as the three shadows of trial chased him relentlessly. The spectating players outside of the magic array were flabbergasted. They were literally watching three doppelgangers gang up on their guild leader. Moreover, the doppelgangers' basic attributes were even higher than Shi Feng's. If they had to face three of those doppelgangers at once, they'd likely die in an instant. However, divine steps had a limited duration. The instant those allied doppelgangers vanished, Shi Feng gritted his teeth as he also activated Heavenly Dragon's power. Upon activating the Berserk skill, he darted for one of the three shadows. Sword's orbit. Suddenly, brilliant stars bombarded the shadow of trial, one after another. However, before the hits landed, they abruptly halted before a protective barrier. Absolute Domain. When Shi Feng's targeted shadow of trial had activated Absolute Domain, the other two shadows also gained invulnerability. Giving Shi Feng no time to react, one of the three shadows activated Instant Strike and swung its blade fiercely at the player. Shi Feng knew that he couldn't dodge the attacks in time. The only thing he could do was to activate his own Instant Strike and execute Sword's Orbit to defend himself as much as possible. Boom, boom, boom. Every time their weapons clashed, dazzling sparks flew around them. Loud clangs also echoed throughout the forest. It seemed as if two primordial beasts were attempting to slay one another. A moment later, however, Shi Feng slid backward. As soon as the first shadow of trial's Instant Strike ended, another shadow activated the skill. When Shi Feng's own Instant Strike came to an end, he lost his ability to keep up with the shadow's attacks. Absolute Domain. After activating his invulnerability skill, Shi Feng switched the aura of Earth to the aura of Time and activated Forbidden Domain. It might be much of an issue if only one shadow of trial could use all of his skills, but the fact that all three were capable of this put Shi Feng at a painful disadvantage. If he wished to emerge victorious, he had to rely on his combat techniques. As the shadows of trial weren't ones to be beaten, one of them activated Forbidden Domain as well. Suddenly, both sides were silenced, losing the ability to use spells or skills. Following which, the three shadows ganged up on Shi Feng once again. Although Shi Feng's techniques were superior, the Shadow Trio had higher basic attributes. Moreover, the Shadow Trio disregarded their own defense as they brutally attacked. This forced Shi Feng into a defensive state. He was only one person after all. If he tried to strike one of the three shadows, he'd leave himself open for the other two. Meanwhile, each of the shadows could afford to take 10 hits each, but he would be eliminated after 10 hits. Both sides struggled in a stalemate. Shi Feng focused on a single shadow, using his superior techniques to create gaps in its defenses and attack. The bitter struggle inside the magic array made the spectating players anxious. But they also knew that such an intense battle wouldn't last long. Once the silence debuff ended, Shi Feng would be at a disadvantage once again. When Forbidden Domain's duration had only 10 seconds remaining, despite Shi Feng's desperate attempts, he had only struck one of the three shadows 5 times. He still needed to land 5 more hits on that shadow to eliminate it, but he was running out of time. 5 seconds? 5 seconds? 3 seconds? Am I going to lose? Chapter 1670, Ascension Realm. As the seconds ticked by, and Forbidden Domain neared the end of its duration, Aqua Rose and the other Zero Wing members couldn't help their growing nerves as they watched from outside of the magic array. They had never thought that even the test to enter Primordial City would be so difficult. Aside from all else, once Shi Feng and one of the shadows of Trial's Forbidden Domains ended, the other 2 shadows could still use the skill. At that time, Shi Feng would have to face 3 shadows that could use skills while he could not. With the huge disparity in combat power, he would doubtlessly meet his end. Not only did the shadows of Trial have higher basic attributes, but their combat standards were also at the refinement realm. They executed every slash without any excess movement. When the 3 shadows cooperated, they could even make up for the weaknesses in each other's defenses and elevate their combat power further. I have no choice but to gamble everything on one attack. Shi Feng also knew what outcome awaited him once his forbidden domain ended. With no other choice, he gritted his teeth and forced his way through the countless, incoming attacks, swinging his blades at the shadow that had already taken 5 hits. Sword's orbit. If he could eliminate one shadow before Forbidden Domain ran out, he'd still have a chance at victory, albeit a small one. If he didn't do so, he would die the moment his skill's duration ended. However, as if they had predicted Shi Feng's desperation, the 3 shadows smirked as they launched attacks, aiming for Shi Feng's blind spots. Despite noticing the incoming attacks, Shi Feng did not bother dodging. Instead, he continued to swing his swords at the shadow before him. 1/2 slashes. At this point, Shi Feng traded blow for blow with the shadows. As a result, he was hit, again and again. 2 hits. 4 hits. 6 hits. Faster. I need to be faster. As Shi Feng frantically brandished his weapons, he gained unprecedented focus. The only thing on his mind was landing a hit on the shadow of trial before him. However, despite Shi Feng's flurry of attacks, his target could still endure 2 more attacks. Shi Feng was only 2 hits away from elimination himself. Just as Shi Feng's 2 swords were about to bite into the targeted shadow, the other 2 shadows, one behind and one to the left, simultaneously swung towards Shi Feng's blind spots. It's over. Tyrol sighed faintly. The young man before him had just barely missed the mark. If Shi Feng could have killed the shadow of trial before Forbidden Domain ran out, he would have had a chance of passing the Azura rank test. Is it over? Shi Feng could sense the 2 shadows' longswords nearing his body, but he was powerless to do anything about the weapons. At most, he could take one of the shadows of trial down with him. As the 2 longswords soared closer to Shi Feng's back and abdomen, something about the situation felt incredibly familiar. Shi Feng felt like this test was similar to the test Reinbeck, one of the Sea God's Temple's Vice Knight commanders, had given him. Before the breakthrough he had achieved during that trial, he hadn't been able to withstand Reinbeck's attacks no matter what he had done. He had only been able to watch as he had repeatedly been defeated. Reinbeck? Shi Feng's eyes shone with realization when he recalled his battle with Reinbeck. Right? Combat method. My combat method. Suddenly, Shi Feng put strength into his legs and made a spinning jump. Utilizing the rotational momentum, he swung Killing Ray at the shadow attacking his abdomen, the sacred sword moving with remarkable speed. Dang! A crisp clang echoed throughout the forest. In that critical moment, Shi Feng had used Killing Ray to block the attack from the side while he used Abyssal Blade to slice at the targeted shadow's shoulder. He then utilized the force generated from blocking the attack at his side to push himself over 8 yards away from the nearest shadow. When his feet touched the ground again, he used a hand to stabilize himself, only coming to a halt after 2 more spins. He survived! Aqua Rose and the other Zero Wing experts stared with wide eyes, utterly shocked. Shi Feng had actually executed an incredible maneuver at the last second, narrowly avoiding mutual destruction. This is, Tyrol revealed an odd look as he watched Shi Feng. How is that possible? He has already reached the Ascension realm in the realms of truth. Existences that could set foot in the realms of Truth's truth realm were exceedingly rare, with only a few throughout the kingdom. Meanwhile, experts who had reached the Ascension realm were even rare in Primordial City. One could not simply reach the Ascension realm by understanding the realm's philosophy. They would also need to temper themselves and gain the experience of countless life-or-death battles to execute the proper physical response. During Tyrol's brief moment of surprise, the 3 shadows of trial resumed their assault on Shi Feng. Like before, the 3 shadows surrounded Shi Feng and attacked him from different angles. Although Shi Feng had avoided certain death, he was still at a disadvantage. He had little more than a second before his forbidden domain ran out, and he had only blocked the attack aimed for his abdomen. The attack from behind had still found its mark. Now, he could only afford to receive 1 more hit before he was eliminated from the test. Come, Shi Feng said with a hint of excitement as he watched the 3 shadows. Suddenly, over 20 sword lights surrounded Shi Feng, sealing off all escape paths. However, instead of using Sword's orbit to repel the attacks, Shi Feng simply adjusted his footwork, turning as he executed 8 slashes, which wasn't much compared to his earlier efforts. Yet, something surprising happened again. Despite reaching his maximum attack speed, these slashes continued to accelerate. The 3 shadows of trial interlocked with their target before passing by Shi Feng. The swordsman blocked every one of the incoming attacks. Die! As the shadows passed, Shi Feng swung Killing Ray, slicing the neck of the shadow that had already received 9 hits. The shadow then vanished, leaving 2 remaining in the magic array. What just happened? Aqua Rose, Fire Dance, Shadow Sword, and the other Tier 2 experts from Zero Wing were stupefied. Not only had Shi Feng blocked every incoming attack without using Sword's orbit, but he had also created a gap in the shadow's defenses and eliminated one of them. None of them could figure out how he had pulled it off. So, this is the realm above the truth realm that Reinbeck had mentioned? Shi Feng felt incredible as he turned towards the remaining shadows of trial. Reinbeck had only informed Shi Feng that he had just entered the truth realm. After undergoing Reinbeck's test, he had learned that one shouldn't just focus on adapting to the changing battle physically. One could also adjust their perspective of the battle. In other words, aside from using his environment to his advantage, he could use his opponent's attacks as well. Unlike the realms of refinement, which focused on sharpening one's senses, the realms of truth focused on improving one's utilization of their body and the environment. Only, Shi Feng had never realized that the realms of truth's principles could help increase his combat power by such a large margin, allowing him to overcome his enemy's attributes and overwhelm the 3 shadows of trial. However, Shi Feng's forbidden domain had ended after he had killed the 1 shadow. Without hesitation, the 2 remaining shadows activated Blade Liberation before 1 activated Forbidden Domain. Twofold Berserk? Shi Feng could not help but grin as he noticed the shadow's auras strengthen. Before the enemy's Forbidden Domain reached him, he activated Blade Liberation as well. Fortunately, his skill's cooldowns had reset when he had first entered the magic array. So, the Berserk skills he had exhausted during his battle with the 4th floor's Earth Dragon were ready for him. After activating Blade Liberation, Shi Feng executed Void Steps and disappeared. Seeing this, one of the 2 shadows activated Skywheel Sword, while the other activated Lightning Edge, both of which were AoEs. However, neither of the shadow's attacks had forced Shi Feng out of his concealment. For a time, the shadows attacked their surroundings randomly in confusion, yet even after dozens of seconds, Shi Feng remained hidden. He only revealed himself after both shadows had used up their forbidden domains, and when he did, he already stood beside them. Illusory Shadow. Suddenly, 5 crisscross slashes bombarded one of the shadows. Although the targeted shadow responded quickly and tried to dodge, it still received 3 hits. Realizing the danger they were in, the 2 shadows decided to end the fight quickly, both activating Chilling Field. The domain skill covered a 50-yard radius and was capable of both offense and defense. The skill's movement speed reduction effect also prevented Shi Feng from moving about freely. Seeing this, Shi Feng responded in kind, activating his own Chilling Field. Suddenly, 27 icicles covered the battlefield, 9 belonging to Shi Feng and 18 from the shadows of trial. Following which, the 27 icicles danced and clashed repeatedly and rapidly. Yet, despite outnumbering their target, the 2 shadows failed to land a single hit on Shi Feng. In fact, Shi Feng only needed 6 of his icicles to defend himself, attacking with the remaining 3. 2 hits, 3 hits, 5 hits. The 2 shadows rapidly accumulated hits, and eventually, Shi Feng landed the 10th strike on both shadows of trial, killing them. Chapter 1671, City Rookie. He won. Our guild leader is amazing. As the Zero Wing team watched the shadows of trial in the magic array gradually fade, they couldn't believe their eyes. The battle that had just occurred had overwhelmed them mentally. If they had been distracted for a split second, they would have missed the instant Shi Feng and the shadows had clashed. Both sides' basic attributes were ridiculously high, and they could clash multiple times in the instant it took to blink. The several dozen White Tiger Dojo disciples that had joined the team on the 5th floor were utterly dumbfounded. They had witnessed many expert battles in the past and had even fought experts in the battle arena, but if they had to rank the experts they've seen thus far, the player before them would doubtlessly rank at the very top. It's finally over. Shi Feng breathed a deep sigh of relief once the battle had ended. He hadn't expected the Azura ranked test to be so difficult. If not for the epiphany regarding the realms of truth, which had allowed him greater use of his own body and everything around him, including his opponents, the shadows of trial would have defeated him. However, this experience had taught Shi Feng one thing. Aside from improving in the realms of refinement, which focused on one's senses and physical control, it was very important that players climb the realms of truth. The realms of refinement were akin to the body. As one became physically stronger, they'd be able to exert more strength. However, the realms of truth were like a weapon. Although an individual could rely on physical strength to pose a threat, there was a limit to how much of a threat they'd become, but if that person were given a weapon to complement their strength, they could pose an even greater threat. Naturally, the better the weapon one wielded, the more power they could exhibit. This also why experts who had yet to reach the refinement realm were sometimes capable of defeating refinement realm experts with their combat techniques. Combat techniques made use of the realms of truth's principles. It seems that we'll need to increase everyone's familiarity with the realms of truth in the future, Shi Feng thought to himself. There was a limit to how fast one could reach higher realms of refinement, and reaching higher realms of truth wouldn't conflict with a player's growth in the realms of refinement. In fact, the two realms would even complement each other, helping one improve their combat power far faster. Only, introducing everyone to the realms of truth wouldn't be easy. First, he needed a proper training ground. It was obvious that neither the battle arena nor the Divine Colosseum could offer similar benefits as Reinbeck's test. Without such a training ground, players wouldn't be able to comprehend the realms of truth's principles regardless of how many times he explained them. Moreover, understanding theory and putting said theory into practice were two different things. Wait, that's not right. There is one. Suddenly, Shi Feng recalled the White Tower within the Lost Town. While the White Tower seemed like a device designed to help players improve their combat standards and gain a better feel for the refinement realm, it actually operated very much like Reinbeck's test. Hence, Shi Feng should be able to use the tower to help his players comprehend the realms of truth. Furthermore, God's domain's lore never mentioned the realms of refinement, only the realms of truth. The more Shi Feng thought about it, the more he felt that the White Tower was a suitable training device to help players grasp the realms of truth. A sacred land to train in the realms of truth, huh? Shi Feng had begun to give up on the Lost Town, preparing to accept the system's penalty, but now his desire to secure the town had reignited. It's no wonder why the quest to obtain the Lost Town is so difficult. So this is why. Training one's grasp of the realms of refinement had long since become common in the virtual gaming world. The various super guilds already had complete training systems for just that, while super first-rate guilds had partial systems. However, not one of these guilds had a training system for the realms of truth. They most likely didn't even know how to train players' grasp of the realms of truth. If he could secure the Lost Town, he'd have a sacred land for players to focus on the realms of truth. With the help of the White Tower, players would not have to waste time poking around in the dark like the Freedom Alliance's Silent Entropy and could grasp the realms of truth with much greater efficiency. With the Boneless Land's Lost Town housing such a sacred tool, it was only natural that the quest to obtain it would be insanely difficult. As Shi Feng tried to figure out how to complete the Demon's Nest quest, he heard the sound of a system notification. System, congratulations! You are the first player to complete the Azure rank entrance test, rewarding 3,000 Primordial City contribution points and 1 Primordial City's City Rookie emblem. Young adventurer, congratulations on passing the test. As the first heaven-blessed individual to pass the Azure rank test, this City Rookie emblem belongs to you. Make good use of it. Who knows? It might even help you improve further within Primordial City, Tyrol said after appearing before Shurfeng. He then took out a silver emblem in the shape of a crescent moon encompassing a sun and passed it to Shurfeng. The instant the emblem appeared, the surrounding mana gravitated towards and circled the emblem. City Rookie Emblem? After recovering from his shock over the additional 3,000 contribution points, Shurfeng gave the emblem a curious look. This was the first time he had heard of this item. Based on Tyrol's tone when he had mentioned it, it should be extraordinary. Immediately, Shurfeng tried to inspect the emblem's attribute panel. City Rookie Emblem, Dark Gold Rank. Primordial City's Emblem of Honor. When worn, user will enjoy the authority of a bronze adventurer in Primordial City. In addition, user may teleport to Primordial City from any location. Cooldown, 2 natural days, 96 hours. User restriction, Yifeng. Amazing! It's giving me the authority of a bronze adventurer right off the bat. No wonder why he told me to make good use of it. Shurfeng was ecstatic as he gazed at the City Rookie emblem. At this point, the term bronze adventurer was still foreign to God's Domain's players. This was because the title was unique to Primordial City. Bronze adventurers in Primordial City were the equivalent of nobles in NPC cities. Only, as the ancient gods had specifically created Primordial City for adventurers, noble ranks didn't exist within its walls. Rather, special ranks were granted to adventurers based on their contributions to the city. The available ranks included Common Adventurer, Bronze Adventurer, Silver Adventurer, and Gold Adventurer. Each subsequent rank enjoyed greater authority and treatment in Primordial City than the last. However, it was extremely difficult for players to rise through the ranks as they weren't based on Primordial City contribution points. Instead, they were determined by one's Primordial City honor points. One had to earn 1,000 honor points just to become a bronze adventurer. Moreover, players would be fortunate to receive 1 honor point even after completing a high-rank quest in the city. If players wanted to earn more than that per quest, they'd have to complete Primordial City's trial quests, which were exceedingly challenging. Unfortunately, failing to complete the trial resulted in an unusually severe death penalty. In the past, most players had opted for the safe and reliable method of completing high-rank quests to collect honor points rather than challenge Primordial City's trial quests. Because of this, very few players had become bronze adventurers, let alone silver or gold adventurers. Even after 10 years in God's Domain, Shurfeng had never heard of someone becoming a gold adventurer. Meanwhile, not only would bronze adventurers enjoy a 10% discount on all expenditures that required Primordial City contribution points, but they'd also get to enjoy other benefits that common adventurers had no access to. One such example was the planar teleportation function, which allowed players to travel to the various higher planes. Not only were the higher planes monsters much stronger, but they also dropped far better loot. It was also possible to obtain unique resources. Only, teleporting to a higher plane was expensive, costing 1,000 contribution points per teleportation. If players died in these higher planes, they'd be teleported back to Primordial City instantly. Without sufficient strength and preparation, only a fool would grind in these higher planes. Right? There's still the higher planes. Shurfeng's eyes suddenly sparkled. Other players might not know where to secure a large number of darkness stones, but he did. However, he hadn't had the means to reach these locations, but now he did. Shurfeng immediately instructed his team to challenge the entrance test and told them what to do once they entered Primordial City. Meanwhile, he made his way, with Tyrol's help, to the city. When Shurfeng arrived in Primordial City, every player within the Primordial Divine Ruin received a system notification about it. Chapter 1672, 7 Luminaries Temple. Many players were still fighting in the Primordial Divine Ruin, and the various superpowers on the 4th floor were preparing to raid the recently respawned Frostflame 2-headed Earth Dragon. However, before they could begin, they heard the crisp voice of the system. Primordial Divine Ruin Region System Announcement. A player has successfully entered Primordial City. From now onward, after 500 players have entered Primordial City, the entrance test's difficulty will increase by 30%. After 1,000 players have entered Primordial City, the difficulty will increase by 50%. Count resets once per day. The system announcement repeated 3 times, its message becoming ingrained in everyone's minds. How did Zero Wing get into Primordial City so quickly? After the 500th player, the difficulty to enter Primordial City will increase. The upper echelons of the various superpowers stuck on the 4th floor revealed somber expressions upon listening to the system notification. Based on the system notification, they discovered that Primordial City did not have an entry limit. Players only needed to pass a test to enter the legendary city. However, as many as 800 Zero Wing members had proceeded to the Primordial Divine Ruins 5th floor. If the entrance test were not particularly difficult, then Zero Wing would claim the first 500 slots. This meant that the tests the various superpowers would have to pass to enter would become far more difficult. Due to the increased difficulty, players who would have been capable of passing the test might fail. This, in turn, would decrease the number of players the various superpowers could send into the city. Now that they had a clearer understanding of the situation, these superpowers became even more desperate to reach the 5th floor as soon as possible. Meanwhile, news of Zero Wing entering Primordial City quickly spread outside of the ruin. What? Zero Wing is the first guild to send players into Primordial City? Doesn't that mean Zero Wing will be the first to pioneer and explore the city? I'm afraid that it's not that simple. I've heard that only the first 500 players will face the normal difficulty entry tests, whereas other players' tests will be more difficult. The test's difficulty will increase yet again after 1,000 players have entered Primordial City. I've also heard that Zero Wing led 800 players to the 5th floor. It'll monopolize the first 500 slots. With this, the various superpowers will likely have a tough time completing with Zero Wing when pioneering the city. With that many of its members entering Primordial City, Zero Wing will reap a huge harvest. From what I learned after looking into it, it seems like it's pretty easy to obtain combat techniques from Primordial City. This is especially true for advanced combat techniques. Suddenly, more independent players from various kingdoms became interested in Zero Wing. Both basic combat techniques and advanced combat techniques were out of reach for independent players like themselves. The various large guilds treated these combat techniques like family heirlooms, and they had strict requirements for anyone who wanted to learn their combat techniques, such as becoming a core member and signing a restrictive contract with the guild. However, Zero Wing could procure a large number of combat techniques from Primordial City, and if that was the case, Zero Wing may have looser conditions for learning the techniques it collected. It might even make the combat techniques available to all of its members, rather than just the core members. With that hope in mind, many independent players, particularly experts, began to gather in White River City and Zero Wing City from other kingdoms. As players tried to learn more about the guild, Zero Wing posted an announcement on Starmoon Kingdom's official forums. This announcement instantly caused a commotion throughout the kingdom. How generous of Zero Wing! With this, even independent players like us can learn combat techniques. But isn't 1,000 magic crystals a little expensive? Even experts will have to work hard for a long time to collect enough, let alone weaker players. You think that's expensive? You should see what the other guilds with combat techniques are demanding. Take Heaven's Burial, for example. Although the guild has plenty of combat techniques, anyone who wishes to learn them has to sign a very strict contract. In addition, members have to pay a certain price to learn each combat technique. Their price is only slightly under 1,000 magic crystals. It's better to learn the techniques from Zero Wing. At the very least, we'll retain our freedom. For a time, a large number of independent players celebrated Zero Wing's decision. The news excited many adventurer teams as well. Independent players might struggle to collect 1,000 magic crystals, but it wasn't any trouble for an adventurer team with several hundred members. When the various large guilds discovered the announcement, however, they fumed with fury. This was especially true for the guilds that had acquired combat techniques of their own. They had planned to use their combat techniques to attract loyal experts and gain an advantage over their competitors, but Zero Wing's latest announcement had ruined that idea. Black flames means truly are amazing. Heaven's burial is likely doomed to fall now, Yuan Tiexin said. He could not help his rueful sigh as he read the report a subordinate had just sent. Uncle Yuan, what happened? Purple Jade asked curiously. Take a look for yourself, Yuan Tiexin said as he forwarded the report to Purple Jade. When Purple Jade read the report, her eyes widened in shock. She found it truly hard to believe that Zero Wing would actually be so generous as to offer its combat techniques to other players. By doing so, it would undoubtedly deal a massive blow to the various first-rate guilds that had acquired their own combat techniques. Naturally, Heaven's Burial was no exception. The guild's upper echelons would weep in rage once they heard about this. While everyone discussed Zero Wing, Shi Feng arrived in Primordial City's teleportation hall. The teleportation hall's main hall looked like a massive cave. The hall's ceiling was at least 100 meters from the ground. It also seemed like some kind of miniature sun was stuck in the ceiling, illuminating the hall. As Shi Feng looked around, he discovered numerous mana-operated elevators, which led towards various spatial junctions. NPCs could arrive and leave Primordial City through these spatial junctions at any moment. These NPCs weren't limited to the human race, including members from other races as well. The instant Shi Feng had arrived, both his mind and body had felt energized. The mana density here was no lower than that of Titan City. Players would definitely have an easier time practicing their combat or producing items here than elsewhere. Since Shi Feng had visited Primordial City many times in his previous life, he didn't bother to look around the teleportation hall like some curious tourist. Instead, he quickly left the hall and ventured to Primordial City's streets. Primordial City was a city of legend. The city had as many NPCs as the most populated NPC cities in God's domain. There were easily over 4 or 5 million NPCs within the city at all times, which was more than 10 times the number of NPCs in Starmoon Kingdom's capital. Moreover, unlike the NPCs in ordinary NPC cities, those in Primordial City were at least level 150. Tier 2 NPCs were insignificant here, usually serving as gate attendants. Tier 3 NPCs, which were rare in other NPC cities, strode down almost every street in Primordial City. One would even find Tier 4 NPCs window shopping. After leaving the teleportation hall, Shi Feng summoned his demonic flame tiger and made his way towards the heart of Primordial City. Although Primordial City's layout was complex, Shi Feng knew the city like the back of his hand. After traveling for around 20 minutes, he reached a towering temple. The temple before him was over 300 meters tall and occupied enough space to accommodate 100,000 people. It looked more like a mountain than a building. This temple was also the most important structure in Primordial City. The 7 Luminaries Temple. Chapter 1673, Primordial Scroll. Chapter 1673, Primordial Scroll. 2 mechanical puppets at the temple's entrance stopped Shi Feng before he could enter the building. This is the 7 Luminaries Temple. Unauthorized individuals are not allowed entry. The 2 mechanical puppets crossed their great swords before the entrance, preventing Shi Feng from proceeding. If any other players saw these mechanical puppets, they would definitely be given a fright. Both mechanical puppets were level 200 mythic monsters. They weren't ordinary mechanical puppets either, but magically enhanced puppets. Not only did they possess extremely high intellect, but they also wielded domains. In other words, they were Tier 4 mythic monsters with domain skills. Even Tier 4 NPCs with domains would not be a match for these magically enhanced puppets. Furthermore, these magically enhanced puppets were only the 7 Luminaries Temple's gate attendants. There were much stronger guards within the temple itself. Based on Shi Feng's knowledge, not even Tier 6 God-ranked players would dare to act presumptuously in the 7 Luminaries Temple without losing their lives. Primordial City was one of the safest cities throughout God's domain. Neither monsters nor players dared to cause trouble here, and those who did were killed without question. Meanwhile, Shifeng wasn't surprised to find these magically enhanced puppets barring his path. The Seven Luminaries Temple was one of Primordial City's core buildings. It was also where players could exchange their contribution points for items. But only players who had become adventurers within the city were allowed inside. Everyone else would be stopped at the door. If players wanted to become adventurers here, they had to pick up an adventurer quest from Primordial City's Adventurers Association. After completing their adventurer quest, players would be granted a Primordial City Adventurer emblem. Players would only be considered a common adventurer in the city once they had this emblem, and it would allow them to enjoy some of the benefits the city offered. However, since Shifeng was in a hurry, he hadn't stopped by the Adventurers Association to pick up the adventurer's quest. In response to the crossed greatswords before him, Shifeng took out his city rookie emblem and showed it to the guards, asking, "Can I enter now?" The city rookie emblem granted him the status of a bronze adventurer in Primordial City. Although the status couldn't be upgraded, it was enough for now. If he had free time in the future, he could simply pick up the adventurer quest and obtain the real adventurer emblem. City rookie emblem confirmed. Identity confirmed. You may enter. After the two puppets inspected the city rookie emblem, they relaxed into their original stances and turned their attention away from Shifeng. Seeing this, Shifeng made his way into the Seven Luminaries Temple. The Seven Luminaries Temple's lobby was a beautifully decorated plaza. The scenery was spectacular. It contained areas where people could rest and chat, and it even offered open-air restaurants and bars. The food and beverages sold here were unique to Primordial City and couldn't be removed from the city. But the taste of these items was simply unforgettable. Even players who enjoyed delicious delicacies every day longed to dine here, but very few players could afford to do so. Every item in the Seven Luminaries Temple cost Primordial City contribution points. Neither coins nor magic crystals were accepted as currency. Meanwhile, a single meal here cost at least 100 CPs. Of course, players who consumed the meal would receive benefits that corresponded to the 100 CPs they paid, improving perception and focus. Unfortunately, the effects from a 100 CP meal would only last 2 hours. During that time, however, players could make use of the buff by renting a training room in the Seven Luminaries Temple to practice the combat techniques they had recently purchased. Likewise, the training rooms cost CPs to rent, with the basic training rooms costing 10 CPs per hour, intermediate training rooms costing 30 CPs per hour, and advanced training rooms costing 100 CPs per hour. To most players, though, this cost was astronomical. The system only granted free CPs on players' first visit to Primordial City, rewarding nothing for subsequent entries. Hence, it was very important that players carefully decide how to enter the Primordial City for their first visit. Aside from the first entry bonus, players could only obtain more contribution points by completing quests and through achievements in Primordial City. Shifeng didn't bother to look around after entering the Seven Luminaries Temple as he made his way for the exchange counter. "Sir, may I know what item you wish to purchase?" an elven beauty behind the counter asked with a smile. Although the female elf looked like a simple administrator for the exchange department, if one paid close attention, they'd discover that she was actually a level 150, Tier 3 Great Mage. Moreover, as a member of the elven race, her innate affinity with mana was incredibly high, making her slightly stronger than ordinary Tier 3 Great Mages of the same level. Inside a minor NPC city, this female elf could easily serve as the city's magistrate. If this elven woman decided to attack Shifeng now, he'd die instantly unless he activated an invulnerability skill in time. "I wish to purchase primordial souls," Shifeng said. Primordial souls are extremely rare, so each will cost you 200 contribution points. We also have a daily exchange limit on primordial souls. Only 100 primordial souls are made available each day, the elf explained. "May I know how many primordial souls you wish to purchase, sir?" 20, Shifeng stated. Primordial souls were rare tools that could help players when they challenged their promotion quests. They were also unique to Primordial City. Naturally, Feng had to purchase as many primordial souls as he could afford now. Meanwhile, aside from the 5,000 CPs he had gained for clearing the Azura ranked entrance test, he had received a bonus of 3,000 CPs from the system, giving him a total of 8,000 CPs, so spending 4,000 on primordial souls wouldn't put him in the red. He also wasn't sure how many Zero Wing members would make it into Primordial City. Fortunately, unlike other players, he had the City Rookie emblem, which allowed him to earn CPs far more easily. All right. The elf administrator then retrieved 20 bottles from the spatial storage unit behind her and said, "Sir, as a City Rookie, you enjoy a 10% discount on all purchases. Your total bill comes to 3,600 contribution points. Do you wish to purchase anything else?" After giving the matter some thought, Feng gritted his teeth and said, "I want to purchase 12 primordial scrolls and 1 teleportation stone to the darkness plane." Initially, he had planned to purchase advanced combat techniques after reaching Primordial City, but obtaining the Boneless Lands Lost Town was far more important right now. The darkness plane was one of the higher planes in God's domain, and the power of darkness on that plane was incredibly dense. Naturally, the monsters living in the darkness plane contained frightening amounts of power of darkness within them. When killed, they had a high chance of dropping a darkness stone fragment. Alchemists could use 100 of these fragments to synthesize a complete darkness stone, but their success rate was an excruciatingly low 30%. However, this was, by far, the best method to obtain darkness stones. On the other hand, if he tried to hunt darkness-type mythic monsters, the chance of obtaining a complete darkness stone was around 10%. When players in the past had to acquire darkness stones, they usually decided to do so in the darkness plane. However, as a higher plane, the darkness plane was extremely dangerous. With Feng's current strength, grinding there would be purely suicidal. He only dared to do so because he had the Bible of Darkness. If he wanted to increase his survival chances in the darkness plane, the primordial scrolls were necessary. The primordial scroll was a super rare scroll that could only be used in higher planes. Players could use the scroll to summon heroic spirits to aid them in battle, and it was akin to a Tier 3 summoning scroll. However, heroic spirits summoned this way operated differently from ordinary summoned creatures. A summoned heroic spirit's strength wasn't in direct combat. Rather, they tended to focus on support. They possessed plenty of support skills and spells that could significantly strengthen players' combat power. Like the primordial souls, there was a daily exchange limit for the primordial scrolls. Each primordial scroll costs 300 contribution points. Only bronze adventurers and above can purchase the Darkness Plane Teleportation Stone for 1,000 contribution points. Including the City Rookie discount, that puts your new total at 7,740 contribution points, the elf administrator reported, smiling as she took out the items Feng had requested. Feng then paid his bill, instantly becoming a poor bastard. But he didn't mind the huge expenditure. Compared to the value of the lost town, spending this many contribution points was nothing. He then mailed the primordial souls to Aqua Rose while he teleported to the darkness plane. Chapter 1674, Darkness Plane. Chapter 1674, Darkness Plane. After Feng activated the teleportation stone, he abruptly blacked out. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an entirely different world. The sky was dusky in this world ruled by darkness and death. Feng felt as if he had just arrived in a small, dimly lit house, barely able to see 20 yards away. All he could see was a barren wasteland. This place didn't seem survivable for any creature. System. You have discovered the darkness world. System. Since you do not belong to this world, you find this world's power oppressive. All senses weakened by 50%, basic attributes decreased by 30%, and gained EXP decreased by 95%. System. While in the darkness world, you cannot make contact with the outside world. Once you die, your soul will be directly expelled from the darkness world. 3 system notifications suddenly reached Shifeng's ears, one after another. Even Tier 2 players are suppressed so intensively? Shifeng frowned when he heard the system notifications. He wasn't particularly surprised that he had been suppressed. However, what he didn't expect was the degree of suppression. Not only were higher planes much larger than other worlds, but the discrimination within them was also more severe. His appearance in the darkness world was akin to trespassing. Meanwhile, the stronger the creature entering a foreign world was, the greater the suppression would be. He had also visited higher planes in the past. Only he had already been a Tier 3 player, so his basic attributes had only been suppressed by 40%. Even though he had been fully geared in epic equipment, his basic attributes had only rivaled a great lord of the same level. His physique had also been considerably weaker. He had even had trouble against the various higher planes great lords of the same level. He hadn't expected the suppression on Tier 2 existences to be so severe. Tier 2 existences stood at the very bottom of the power hierarchy in higher planes. Even at the same level and tier, the higher planes monsters were much stronger than monsters on the God's Domain continent. This was because their life ratings were much higher than ordinary monsters, as were their combat standards. On the continent of God's Domain, dragons were creatures of legend, but in the higher planes, monsters with life ratings to rival dragons were everywhere. Hence, before reaching a certain strength, players had an exceedingly low survival chance in a higher plane. Even though it was common knowledge that higher planes offered plenty of high rank and precious resources that were rare or non-existent on God's Domain's continent, the various superpowers in Shifeng's previous life hadn't casually explored these higher planes. Aside from the world's oppression and its monster strength, the environment was the greatest difference between the higher planes and the continent of God's Domain. Take the darkness plane, for example. Upon arriving in this world, Shifeng had felt his body become considerably heavier than before. It felt as if the area's gravitational force had increased by 3 or 4 times. Moreover, the environment's power of darkness continuously corroded his body. Without extremely high darkness resistance, the ambient power of darkness would slay players even if they stood in place and did nothing. Not daring to waste time, Shifeng took out the Bible of Darkness and summoned a Tier 3 demon. In response, a demon in crimson scale armor, wielding a great sword, appeared before its summoner. Blood Demon, demonic creature, Tier 3 demon. Level 80. HP 34, 000/34, 000/000. Demons were considered dark creatures in God's Domain, so in the darkness world, they wouldn't be oppressed. Moreover, thanks to the Bible of Darkness's demon ruler skill, the blood demon had grown stronger. This was why Shifeng had boldly visited the darkness plane. Every monster in the darkness world was likely stronger than Shifeng, and he could only see up to 20 yards away. With such a disadvantage, monsters would likely discover him before he would sense them. On the other hand, if he took control of the demon, he could observe his surroundings through the demon's eyes. After giving it a try, he noticed the massive improvement to his range of vision. By seeing through the demon's eyes, Shifeng could see up to 500 yards away. He discovered that he currently stood in a gravel ridge, and a group of 10 4-meter-tall dark scorpions roamed roughly 300 yards away. 9 of the 10 dark scorpions had 3 tails, and the last had 5. Moreover, the 5-tailed scorpion radiated a light purple glow. Dark Scorpion, Dark Creature, Lord. Level 65. HP 18, 000/000/18, 000/000. Mutated Dark Scorpion, Dark Creature, Great Lord. Level 68. HP 43, 000/000/43, 000/000. Had Shifeng not come prepared, he would have likely ventured into the Dark Scorpion's detection range. If the 9 lords and their great lord leader had ambushed him while he had been so powerfully suppressed, he would have died very quickly. Fortunately, the teleportation stones that transferred players to the higher planes generally sent said players to level-appropriate areas. Even so, if he sent the Blood Demon to attack the group of Dark Scorpions by itself, the demon would definitely lose that battle. The mutated Dark Scorpion's strength alone could rival the Blood Demon's. As a higher plane creature, the mutated Dark Scorpion had a considerably higher life rating after all. Furthermore, it had the support of 9 Lord-ranked Dark Scorpions to surround and annihilate the Blood Demon. However, Shi Feng had no intentions of circling past the group. He then took out a Primordial Scroll and activated it. As the Primordial Scroll activated, a 4-meter-tall elderly man appeared before him. The old man was semi-transparent and wielded a cane. Not bad. I actually got a great druid. Shi Feng was quite satisfied when he saw the old man. Primordial Heroic Spirit, Hero, Great Druid. Level 75. HP 15, 000, 000/15, 000, Although the Primordial Soul summoned a random Heroic Spirit, all summoned Heroic Spirits were Tier 3. Unlike ordinary NPCs, Heroic Spirits wouldn't be oppressed in foreign worlds. In addition, they commanded plenty of Tier 3 spells and skills. They were the perfect support for players when grinding in higher planes. Any team that intended to grind in a higher plane would always purchase Primordial Scrolls before doing so. After summoning the Heroic Spirit, Shi Feng had the Great Druid cast a series of Tier 3 support spells. Tier 3 Spell Forest Protection increases the defense and basic attributes of all allies by 20% for 30 minutes. Does not stack with other attribute-increasing spells. Tier 3 Spell Nature's Blessing. All resistances plus 80, 15% damage reduction, and a 15% increase to stamina for 30 minutes. Tier 3 Spell Thorny Vines. Protect a specified target with magical vines for 10 minutes. Anyone who attacks said target will receive damage from the magical vines. When the 3 support spells affected the Blood Demon, the Blood Demon's attributes rose by a large margin. Following which, Shi Feng controlled the Blood Demon and charged towards the Dark Scorpion group. When the Blood Demon was less than 200 yards away from the Dark Scorpions, it caught the monster's attention. Responding, the Dark Scorpions lashed their tails and hissed threateningly. Not waiting for the Dark Scorpions to attack, Shi Feng used the Tier 3 spell, Blood Sanction. Immediately, 50+ blades of blood flew at the 10 Dark Scorpions with lightning speed. Even if Shi Feng were at his peak and activated a Berserk skill, he would have trouble blocking all 50+ blood blades. He would have to dodge or activate a life-saving skill to avoid taking a hit. As the blood blades were about to reach the Dark Scorpions, the latter's tails blurred. Dang! A series of dazzling sparks lit up the gloomy environment. The 9 Lord-ranked Dark Scorpions had successfully struck down over 80% of the blood blades, while the weapons that had found their mark had only dealt a little over -30,000 damage. The mutated Dark Scorpion, however, struck down all 9 incoming blades, emerging from the exchange unharmed. What high magic resistance! The outcome surprised Shi Feng a little. A Tier 3 demon's Tier 3 spell carried immense power. Just one of those blood blades could rival a Great Lord's attack of the same level, yet they had only dealt a little over -30,000 damage after landing a direct hit. To the Dark Scorpions, who had 18 million HP each, the damage wasn't significant. During the brief moment Shi Feng had been surprised, the mutated Dark Scorpion screeched as its tails began to glow dark green as they lashed out at the Blood Demon. The tails had moved so quickly that Shi Feng hadn't been able to react in time. He had only managed to tilt the Blood Demon's body, evading 3 of the 5 attacks. When the mutated Dark Scorpion's 2 remaining tails struck the Blood Demon, its stingers slid through the demon's armor like a knife through paper, each dealing over -400,000 damage. Chapter 1675. Mutated Darkness Energy Crystal. After getting struck by the mutated Dark Scorpion's glowing stingers, the Blood Demon immediately gained a debuff. Minus 22,347. When the debuff took effect, Shifeng suddenly found it much more difficult to control the Blood Demon, the demon's movements becoming sluggish. What a powerful poison! Shifeng was slightly surprised when he checked the debuff. Paralyzing Venom. Inflicts 30,000 damage every 0.8 seconds for 12 seconds. While the Venom is still in effect, decreases reaction speed by 40%, attack speed by 30%, and movement speed by 30%. Effects can be stacked up to 10 times. The majority of toxins in God's domain only caused victims to lose HP over time. Very few could inflict a paralysis effect, much less be stackable. Although the Blood Demon possessed high magic resistance and could mitigate a portion of the damage it received, if the toxin was stacked 10 times, even the Blood Demon would fall in no time. Moreover, the toxin being stacked boosted not only the dot but also the speed reduction debuff. If that happened, the Blood Demon would have an increasingly difficult time blocking the attacks of the Dark Scorpions, which possessed considerably high combat standards. The mutated Dark Scorpion's combat standard was even at the level of an ordinary expert player. In the next moment, the Dark Scorpions launched another wave of attacks at the Blood Demon. Due to the venom, the Blood Demon had great difficulty defending itself. A series of damages ranging from several tens of thousands to several hundred thousand appeared above the Blood Demon's head, its HP plummeting. The number of paralyzing venom stacks also increased from 1 to 4. Now, the Blood Demon was taking minus 120,000 damage from the venom every 0.8 second. Its reaction speed had also decreased by 60%, and its attack and movement speed by 50%. Even though the Blood Demon was higher leveled, it would not last very long against the Dark Scorpions at this rate. Thank goodness I prepared Primordial Scrolls. Glancing at the mutated Dark Scorpion, Shifeng then commanded the heroic spirit to cast the Tier 2 spell Healing Wind. A light green gale immediately enveloped the Blood Demon. In the next moment, not only did the paralyzing venom debuff disappear altogether, but the Blood Demon also rapidly recovered the 10% or so HP it lost. In the blink of an eye, it was already back to full HP. Once Healing Wind ended, Shifeng had the heroic spirit cast the Tier 3 spell Earthen Vine. Suddenly, vines sprouted beneath the Dark Scorpion's legs and bound the monsters completely. Although the Dark Scorpions managed to cut and snap the vines in their struggles, new vines would always replace the broken ones, greatly restricting the mobility of the Dark Scorpions. Moreover, the Earthen Vines also dealt minus 50,000 damage every second to the Dark Scorpions, and the skill lasted for a full 20 seconds. This skill was perfect against monsters without control removal skills. After the Dark Scorpions were restricted, the Blood Demon brandished its great sword and began exterminating the Dark Scorpions. Each of its normal attacks caused around minus 40,000 damage, while its skills dealt over minus 100,000 damage each. Meanwhile, Shifeng also cast Flame Domain on the group of monsters. Although Shifeng was suppressed by the world and his basic attributes had decreased significantly, the sacred sword he wielded doubled the damage he dealt dark creatures. Following which, damages over minus 200,000 appeared above the Dark Scorpion's heads. Moreover, the damage Flame Domain dealt also increased by 20% with every passing second. By the time Flame Domain ended, the Lord-ranked Dark Scorpions had lost nearly 1/3 of their maximum HP. Shifeng then executed Lightning Edge and dealt each of the Dark Scorpions over minus 200,000 damage per second for 5 seconds. At this time, the heroic spirit standing beside Shifeng finished casting the Tier 3 curse Star Fury. Suddenly, streaks of starlight started raining down from the sky and bombarding the Dark Scorpions. The might of the AoE spell was stronger than even Shifeng's Flame Domain, each wave of attacks dealing over minus 600,000 damage to the Dark Scorpions. Moreover, unlike normal AoE spells, Star Fury aimed only at enemies within range. Hence, the curse did not do any damage to the Blood Demon. In total, 7 waves of starlight descended on the Dark Scorpions. By the time Star Fury ended, not only had the Dark Scorpions lost a significant amount of their HPs, but they also fell into a heavily injured state, their basic attributes, defense, and combat power decreasing to a certain extent. This turn of events allowed the Blood Demon to deal even more damage. Now, even its normal attacks inflicted around -80,000 damage on its tough opponents. Very quickly, the first Dark Scorpion fell to Shifang's group. Afterward, even after Earth and Vine's duration ended, the heavily injured Dark Scorpions didn't pose much of a threat. To make the battle more efficient, Shifang decided to have the Blood Demon focus on only dodging the mutated Dark Scorpion's attacks while maintaining its assault on the other Dark Scorpions. This strategy rendered the mutated Dark Scorpion useless in the battle. The Great Lord could only watch as its subordinates got picked off one after another. Only after the disposal of all the Lord-ranked monsters did Shifang have the Blood Demon trade blow for blow with the Great Lord, foregoing all forms of evasion and defense. Although the Blood Demon would get poisoned and receive significant amounts of damage from doing so, there was the healing provided by the heroic spirit. Due to the Blood Demon's all-out offensive, the mutated Dark Scorpion lost HP rapidly. 72%, 70%, 65%. After roughly 10 minutes had passed since the battle began, Shifang activated Divine Providence and landed the last hit on the mutated Dark Scorpion. Following which, the mutated Dark Scorpion let out an agonized screech as it collapsed before Shifang's feet. At the same time, the Great Lord also dropped 8 items around its corpse. The monsters here are really tough. Shifang breathed out a sigh of relief when he saw that the mutated Dark Scorpion was finally dead. Although Shifang had long since known that the monsters in higher planes were powerful, he had never imagined that the monsters of the darkness world would be this powerful. Just dealing with a level 68 Great Lord had already taken him so much effort. If not for him having summoned a healing-type heroic spirit, he could have come out the loser in this battle. With how powerful the monsters in the darkness world were, if he came across a Grand Lord, he would most likely have no choice but to run away. However, while dealing with the Dark Scorpions was indeed very difficult, the loot they dropped pleased Shifang greatly. The 9 Lord-ranked Dark Scorpions had dropped a total of 37 items. Among them, 15 were level 60 mysterious iron equipment and 8 were level 60 bronze equipment. The drop rate here was considerably better than on the continent of God's domain, where Lord-ranked monsters past level 50 dropped only bronze equipment while mysterious iron equipment was dropped by only high lords and great lords, and generally just 1 or 2 pieces of equipment at that. Aside from weapons, equipment, and materials, the 9 Dark Scorpions also dropped 3 Darkness Stone fragments. The drop rate for the fragments was considerably better than what Shifang initially expected it to be. However, compared to the loot of the 9 Dark Scorpions, the loot of the mutated Dark Scorpion was much more attractive. Of the 8 items dropped, 3 were equipment, a level 60 Secret Silver Cloth Armor Robe and 2 set pieces for the level 60 Secret Silver Plate Armor Dark Devourer set. Level 60 Secret Silver set equipment would be considered top-notch equipment in the game when players reached level 60. Moreover, the Dark Devourer set was actually an 8-piece set. The set's level requirement would be lowered to level 55 when 4 set pieces were gathered, and further to level 50 if one managed to complete the set. If players could equip level 60 Secret Silver set equipment at level 50, just the basic attributes they could gain from the set alone would surpass that of level 50 Dark Gold set equipment. Not to mention, the Dark Devourer set's other set effects were also plenty amazing. The set's 2-piece set effect reduced the damage sustained from Tier 2 spells by 40% and spells below Tier 2 by 70%. Meanwhile, the 6-piece set effect raised the wearer's strength and endurance by up to 30% when attacked. If he could allow the guild's MTs and Berserkers to equip the Dark Devourer set, they would be practically invincible among those of the same level. Aside from the 3 pieces of equipment, the mutated Dark Scorpion also dropped 2 Darkness Stone fragments. As for the remaining 3 items, 2 of them were paralyzing venom potions, which could be applied to weapons, allowing one's attacks to inflict a weakened version of the paralyzing venom debuff on targets. Each potion could be used 3 times, and each application lasted 30 minutes. Although the debuff imposed was nowhere near as strong as the mutated Dark Scorpions, it was still quite effective against both players and monsters. Following which, Shi Feng took out from his bag the last item the Great Lord dropped. This item was a crystal that gave off a black and white glow. When he looked at the crystal, a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. The Mutated Darkness Energy Crystal. It was one of the rarest loot available in the darkness world. In fact, it was a treasure highly sought after by players belonging to the dark forces. This was an item that would only be dropped by darkness-type mutated monsters. Chapter 1676, Class Change to Yin Yang Saint. Chapter 1676, Class Change to Yin Yang Saint. Looking at the Mutated Darkness Energy Crystal in his hand, Shi Feng immediately took out a Summon Guard scroll and activated it. The Mutated Darkness Energy Crystal contained a special kind of power of darkness, allowing one to gain better control over the power of darkness. For players belonging to the dark forces, absorbing the Mutated Dark Energy Crystal would improve their physique and life rating. At the same time, the power of darkness they could use would increase. One could say that the Mutated Darkness Energy Crystal was similar to a bloodline but with far inferior effects compared to an actual bloodline. Even so, it was still extremely precious. Shi Feng never thought he could obtain a Mutated Darkness Energy Crystal just by killing one mutated Dark Scorpion. Dark players would definitely go crazy with envy if they learned of this matter. In the past, countless dark players had visited the darkness world to obtain Mutated Darkness Energy Crystals. However, extremely few actually got their hands on one. Unfortunately, as Shi Feng was not a dark player, the crystal was not as valuable to him. However, there was another use for the Mutated Darkness Energy Crystal, which was also considered by players as one of the most wasteful methods of using mutated energy crystals like the Mutated Darkness Energy Crystal, and that was to allow personal guards to absorb its power. Letting a personal guard absorb the power of a mutated energy crystal gave the said personal guard an opportunity to awaken and assimilate that power. However, the chances of success were below 10%. In contrast, if players were to absorb the power of a mutated energy crystal, they were sure to obtain that power. In the past, almost no player would waste the mutated energy crystals they obtained on their personal guards. Of course, there were always exceptions, such as righteous players who refused to trade with dark players no matter what. In such rare occasions, players would choose to give the mutated energy crystal to their personal guards instead and gamble on the small chance of success. Meanwhile, one of these exceptions had won their gamble, allowing their fine gold personal guard to obtain the power of fire. The result of this successful assimilation was a massive rise in combat power for the said personal guard. Afterward, the fine gold personal guard had even managed to get promoted to Tier 5. Normally, only dark gold guards had a chance to reach Tier 5 in God's domain. Meanwhile, after getting promoted to Tier 5, the evolved fine gold guard's combat power was even close to rivaling that of Tier 5 dark gold guards. Back then, this incident had caused a huge commotion throughout the entire God's domain. Spending a mutated energy crystal to obtain a Tier 5 personal guard was a very profitable trade. After all, most players that absorbed a mutated energy crystal couldn't even reach Tier 5. Moreover, a Tier 5 personal guard was much stronger than a Tier 5 player. The only downside was the difficulty of resurrecting personal guards that were killed. Due to this incident, the various superpowers had also reconsidered their opinions on spending mutated energy crystals on personal guards. Meanwhile, since the Mutated Darkness Energy Crystal was utterly useless to Shi Feng, he might as well gamble it on one of his personal guards. After Shi Feng completed the incantation for the Summon Guard Scroll, a summoning magic array manifested before him. A moment later, the lithe figure of a woman appeared in it. This woman was none other than Anna, whom he had not seen for quite some time now. At this point, Anna had already reached level 80. Her leveling speed was simply astonishing. Shi Feng could not help but acknowledge the questing efficiency of an epic personal guard. Her strength had improved considerably as well. Right now, even the level 80, Tier 3 Blood Demon was most likely no match for her. However, as this place was the Darkness World, as soon as Anna appeared, a powerful force started suppressing her, causing her basic attributes to plummet. When her basic attributes settled, her overall combat power was no longer a match for the Tier 3 Blood Demon. Not wanting to waste time, Shifeng immediately passed the mutated darkness energy crystal to Anna. At the sight of the crystal, Anna's eyes glowed with great interest and excitement. Without needing Shifeng to do anything, Anna started writing divine runes and chanting an incantation. NPCs were much more proficient at utilizing mutated energy crystals than players were. Hence, NPCs were capable of using every type of mutated energy crystal available. Players, on the other hand, could only absorb mutated energy crystals that were suitable for their alignment and class. Suddenly, a gigantic, golden magic array appeared beneath Anna's feet. Threefold. The appearance of the magic array lit up the surrounding darkness brightly. After Anna was done casting the threefold magic array, she placed the mutated darkness energy crystal at its center. Suddenly, the surrounding power of darkness started surging towards the magic array, the massive flow of energy prompting Shifeng to step back in fright. As the magic array collected more power of darkness, the aura it exuded also steadily strengthened. At some point, the aura grew so overwhelming that Shifeng started to feel stifled. Even the monsters over 500 yards away unconsciously distanced themselves from the magic array. After the process continued for 5 long seconds, the magic array's horrific aura began dissipating. The gathered power of darkness then started flowing into Anna's body under the magic array's guidance. In the next moment, pitch-black runes appeared on Anna's body. As the number of runes increased, the feeling Anna gave off underwent a heaven-defying change. If in the past, Anna was an angel that represented the light, then now she was a fallen angel that represented darkness. After runes covered Anna's entire body, she started giving off an unprecedented pressure. At this moment, Shifeng felt as if he was standing before Serena, the fallen angel guarding the world summit, again. If Anna willed it, she could easily kill Tier 3 and Tier 4 existences with a wave of her hand right now. However, the horrific pressure lasted for only 1 second, then vanished without a trace. At the same time, the threefold magic array Anna stood on also started disappearing into the void. As for Anna herself, she had reverted to her original state. The only differences now were a dark purple mark at the center of her forehead and a hint of coldness in her aura. Did you succeed? Shifeng could not help but ask curiously as he eyed Anna, who looked as she normally did. In the past, he had heard that a huge commotion would arise whenever personal guards used mutated energy crystals. However, those commotions were far from being as massive as the one that just occurred. In fact, even the casting of a Tier 5 spell wouldn't cause such a massive disturbance. Lord Count, it should be a success? Anna said as she looked at herself, uncertainty in her tone. Shifeng could not help but fall speechless at Anna's reply. Immediately, he called out Anna's attribute panel. Anna, Yi Feng's personal guard. Class, Tier 2 Peak Class Yin Yang Saint. Level 80. Loyalty, 97. Growth potential, 113. Shifeng was at a loss for words as he looked at the updated values in Anna's attribute panel. He had never imagined that Anna would not only gain control over the power of darkness but also class change into a Yin Yang Saint, a peak class. Moreover, her growth potential had even risen from 105 to 113 points. Anna had actually improved that much just by using one mutated darkness energy crystal. This was definitely a massive jackpot. After all, every point increased in growth potential would allow a personal guard to gain considerably more attribute points with each level up. Now that Anna had 8 more points in growth potential, she would no doubt become an even more terrifying existence in the future. Not to mention, Anna had even class changed into a Yin Yang Saint. In God's domain, class legacies held much greater importance to NPCs than to players. In a situation where both sides were of the same level and tier, an NPC with a basic class had almost no chance of defeating an NPC with an advanced class, and likewise an NPC with an advanced class had no chance of defeating an NPC with a peak class. After Shi Feng was done looking at the summary of Anna's attribute panel, he could not help but click to inspect her specific attributes. Is she a monster? Shi Feng involuntarily gaped in shock when he saw Anna's basic attributes. Chapter 1677, Anna's Power. Chapter 1677, Anna's Power. Shi Feng was dazed for a long moment after seeing Anna's basic attributes. If other players saw Anna's statistics, they'd be surprised by how high the values were at most, but Shi Feng knew the implication these attributes had. A normal level 80, Tier 2 magical class NPC would only have around 3,600 intelligence, which was already far more than what magical class players would have at level 80, Tier 2. Even if a level 80 player were fully geared in epic equipment, they wouldn't have such a high attribute since every personal guard used epic weapons and equipment. Even the strongest magical class personal guard Shi Feng had heard of in the past had only commanded 4,200 intelligence after reaching level 80, Tier 2. Although there was only a 600-point difference, the difference in magic damage and maximum mana would be massive. In God's domain, the power of a spell heavily depended on the caster's intelligence. For example, if a Tier 1 player and a Tier 6 player cast the same Tier 1 spell, the power difference would be like heaven and earth. The outcome was due to the difference in their attributes. Meanwhile, high-tiered spells and skills only allowed one to display more of their raw power. Previously, Anna's intelligence had only risen to 4,346, and she had barely been able to contend with ordinary great lords of the same level in terms of raw magic damage. However, if she used the powerful skills in her arsenal, she could have easily overwhelmed a great lord of the same level. Now, Anna's intelligence had risen to 5,031 points. With such high intelligence, she could overwhelm great lords with ordinary Tier 2 spells. Now, I won't have to worry about needing sufficient help in the darkness world. Looking at Anna, Shi Feng could tell that she could easily stomp out great lords of the same level. Aside from the improvements they granted players and NPCs, mutated darkness energy crystals would force the darkness world to recognize their users. With this recognition, the world would no longer consider them an intruder and suppress them. This was why dark players desired mutated darkness energy crystals. Although dark players were members of the dark forces and contained a small amount of power of darkness within, the darkness world still considered them trespassers. The world would still suppress them, although the suppression wouldn't be as severe due to the power of darkness they contained. However, if they absorbed a mutated darkness energy crystal, they could proceed without any suppression. They could then explore the darkness world as if they were in their element. Now that Anna had absorbed the mutated darkness energy crystal, she, too, had been recognized by the darkness world. The world would accept her as one of its own, and she'd be able to exhibit all of her strength. Shi Feng then began his search for the next group of monsters. Although resources within the darkness world were abundant, this world didn't have as many monsters as the continent of God's domain. If the darkness world's monsters moved in large groups as they did on the continent of God's domain, players would have no hope of surviving here. Now that Shi Feng had the powerful support Anna offered, hunting down monsters like the Dark Scorpions was a waste of time. He needed to find stronger monsters to allow Anna to display her full potential. After searching for around 30 minutes, Shi Feng finally found a pack of two-headed dark wolves resting at the foot of a mountain. There were 12 dark wolves in total, including 1 Grand Lord and 11 Lords. The Lord-ranked wolves were around 4 meters tall, while the Grand Lord was double that size. Aside from looking like a miniature mountain, the Grand Lord-ranked dark wolf gave off an intense pressure. Two-headed dark wolf, dark creature, Lord. Level 67. HP 21, 000/21, 000/000. Two-headed Dark Wolf King, Dark Creature, Grand Lord. Level 70. HP 95, 000/95, 000/000. Challenging a Grand Lord in the Darkness world was very dangerous, but even if Shifeng weren't a match for the monster, he was confident that he could retreat safely if needed. If he weren't, and he settled for weaker monsters, he wouldn't be able to acquire the 100 Darkness Stones he needed even after 10 solid days of grinding. The Darkness world's Grand Lords had a chance of dropping complete Darkness Stones. On the other hand, only Mythic rank or above Darkness-type monsters would drop the stones on the God's Domain continent. That being said, Grand Lords in this world had a slightly lower chance of dropping them. However, he could use Icarus's heart to compensate for the low drop rate. As long as the Grand Lords had a chance of dropping the stones, it was worth a try. Shifeng had only planned to challenge Grand Lords after he could summon 3 demons with the Bible of Darkness. He'd also be able to use another Primordial scroll in 2 hours. With 5 Tier 3 monsters and a healer, he had a considerably good chance of defeating the Grand Lords. At worst, he could always suppress his opponents with the Ring of Gospel. But now that he had a monster of a personal guard like Anna, there was no need to wait. Alright, let's begin. Shifeng commanded once everyone was in position. Anna instantly began to write divine runes, chanting an incantation at the same time. A short moment later, 10 level 80 Lord-ranked Rock Guardians formed before Anna. A level 80 Great Lord-ranked Golden Giant had joined them. Due to the significant boost to Anna's intelligence, her summoned creatures had also received a boost to their attributes. The summoned creatures were 15% stronger than they had been previously, but Anna wasn't done yet. Following which, she cast Magic Strengthening, further increasing the Rock Guardians and Golden Giant's basic attributes. In the blink of an eye, Shifeng had a powerful monster army. As the 11 summoned creatures prepared to charge, the old man beside Shifeng cast enhancement buffs on them as well, strengthening the summoned creatures even further. Go! Shifeng commanded once the preparations were complete. The Golden Giant and Blood Demon led the charge with the 10 Rock Guardians closely behind them. When the group of summoned creatures came within 200 yards of the Dark Wolf pack, the Dark Wolves howled with anger. The two-headed Dark Wolf King stood and glared at the Golden Giant and Blood Demon. Emanating a low growl, it pushed its paws against the ground and shot forward. The Dark Wolf King was as fast as lightning, leaving a trail of afterimages and powerful gales of wind. The Dark Wolf King arrived before the Golden Giant almost instantly, smacking the Great Lord with one of its front paws. Ping! Under Anna's control, the Golden Giant raised its arms to protect itself. When the Dark Wolf King's paw collided with the Golden Giant's arms, the ground beneath the summoned Great Lord cracked and shattered, and the Golden Giant sunk into the ground. The Dark Wolf King's strength was higher than Shifeng had expected, and despite blocking the attack, the Golden Giant had lost over 100,000 HP. Realizing that its first attack had failed to get rid of its target, the Dark Wolf King turned and swiped its tail at the Golden Giant. As the Wolf King's bushy tail moved, power of darkness gathered around it, turning the harmless-looking tail into a sharp blade that sliced at the Golden Giant. Tier 2 Skill, Darkness Blade. When the attack landed, the impact sent the Golden Giant flying over 20 yards back. Following which, a damage of over -2,300,000 appeared above the Golden Giant's head. The Dark Wolf King's strength was on an entirely different level than the Grand Lords on God's Domain's continent. Fortunately, although the two attacks dealt a lot of damage, the Golden Giant had 55 million HP. Losing a little over 2 million HP was nothing. With the Primordial Heroic Spirit healing it from a safe distance, the Golden Giant could definitely withstand the Dark Wolf King's attacks. In contrast, the Blood Demon and 10 Rock Giants completely overwhelmed the 11 two-headed Dark Wolves that had followed their alpha. Even without any healing, the Rock Giants could dominate the Dark Wolves in a one-on-one fight. Furthermore, they had the help of the Tier 3 Blood Demon. Naturally, Anna didn't sit idle. After becoming a Yin-Yang Saint, she had gained more than just summoning skills. She now had powerful attack spells in her arsenal. Anna cast Holy Light Spear, a Tier 2 light-type spell, launching 18 holy spears at the Darkwolf pack. Each spear carried nearly as much strength as a Tier 3 Great Lord of the same level. Moreover, the holy spears dealt an additional 50% damage to dark creatures. When the holy spears found their marks, the dark wolves cried in agony as damages of over -400,000 appeared above their heads. In less than 10 minutes, Shifeng's team had wiped out the 11 Lord-ranked two-headed dark wolves, the creatures decorating the ground with loot upon their deaths. Now, only the two-headed dark wolf king remained, still fighting the golden giant. However, the golden giant looked miserable. Despite the heroic spirit's constant healing, the Great Lord's HP continued to decrease. Shifeng had even been forced to activate Life Domain halfway through the battle to keep the summoned creature standing. Once the 11 Lord-ranked dark wolves had been dealt with, Anna began to chant a long incantation, writing many lines of divine runes in the air before her. Suddenly, a gigantic, silver, twofold magic array appeared beneath Anna's feet. In response, a towering pillar of light rose from the ground beneath the Dark Wolf King's feet, enveloping the boss. Countless chains then appeared from the void and bound the Lupin Grand Lord. Despite the Dark Wolf King's desperate struggle, it couldn't break free. A moment later, the Dark Wolf King released a pained wail as its massive body began to shrink. Tier 3 spell Chains of Light. Chapter 1678, Power to Transcend Tiers. Chapter 1678, Power to Transcend Tiers. She's capable of using spells higher than her tier? Shifeng was at a loss as he stared at the towering light pillar. Is this the power of a peak class? In God's domain, whether they be players, NPCs, or monsters, all existences could generally only learn and use skills or spells at their tier or lower. The strongest skills and spells they could use were taboo skills and curses. Yet, Anna had just cast a bona fide Tier 3 spell despite only being Tier 2 herself. Shifeng had never heard of anything like this before. Of course, one reason for his ignorance was that he had only ever heard of personal guards obtaining advanced classes. Even after 10 years in God's domain, he had never heard of a personal guard acquiring a peak class as Anna had. Due to the effects of Chains of Light, the two-headed Dark Wolf King, which had been over 9 meters tall, had shrunk to 6 meters in height. The chains around its form also greatly limited its movement. This allowed the Golden Giant to block every one of the Grand Lord's attacks. Now, the Golden Giant only lost around 80,000 HP after it received one of the Dark Wolf King's attacks. It was clear that the Dark Wolf King's strength had decreased considerably. After the decrease, it was only as powerful as an ordinary Grand Lord on the continent of God's domain. The heroic spirit's healing was now more than enough to keep the Golden Giant alive. After Anna had cast Chains of Light, she proceeded to write another series of divine runes. Under Anna's control, the 10 rock guardians surrounded the Dark Wolf King. The rock giants then transformed into 10 stone pillars, and after Anna finished over 24 lines of divine runes, she lightly tapped the butt of her staff against the ground. Golden divine runes began to surface on the 10 stone pillars, releasing arcs of golden electricity that lined the pillars and created a magic barrier around the Dark Wolf King. The Dark Wolf King's basic attributes began to decrease rapidly. The Chains of Light had merely weakened the Dark Wolf King's strength and mobility, but the golden magic barrier suppressed all aspects of the boss. In the blink of an eye, the Dark Wolf King's maximum HP had fallen by 30%. This magic barrier could even rival a top-tier intermediate magic array. After seeing this, Shifeng finally understood why there was such a huge difference between the strength of NPC's classes. It wasn't just a matter of higher basic attributes, but a matter of superior spells and skills. Even without the Blood Demon and Heroic Spirit, Shifeng was confident he could defeat a level 70 Grand Lord with Anna's help alone. If the party had a strong healer, Anna could even whittle down the Dark Wolf King without too much exertion. This will save me plenty of primordial scrolls. As Shifeng watched the two-headed Dark Wolf King, whose attributes had already fallen below a Grand Lord standard, he realized that he wouldn't have to rely on primordial scrolls to grind in the darkness world anymore. The heroic spirits players summoned with primordial scrolls could only exist for 12 hours. Meanwhile, Shifeng only had 12 of these scrolls. Even if he used them efficiently, they would only last him for several days. With Anna's help, though, he could grind in the darkness world for much longer. Due to the magic barrier, the Golden Giant had a much easier time dealing with the Dark Wolf King. The Great Lord even began to trade blows with the Grand Lord, increasing the party's overall DPS. After including the Blood Demon, Anna, and Shifeng's attacks, the Dark Wolf King's HP began to deplete steadily. Although the Grand Lord's battle recovery and high defense slowed their progress, it was only a matter of time before the Dark Wolf King died. 90%, 85%, 80%. When the two-headed Dark Wolf King's HP fell to 20%, it released a sudden, angry howl. Its two-headed body then split down the middle, each head taking on its own form. Division? Shifeng's expression darkened when he saw the two Dark Wolf Kings. Bosses that had grasped doppelganger skills in God's domain were extremely difficult to defeat. Unfortunately, slaying bosses that had grasped division skills was even harder. With doppelganger skills, a boss's main body and its doppelganger shared HP. If either form were killed, regardless of whether or not players slew the main body, both would die. However, bosses with division skills were a different story. Each copy had its own, independent HP. This essentially meant that players had to face two bosses simultaneously. Moreover, when a boss used a division skill, all debuffs on the boss would be removed. In the next moment, the chains of light originally binding the two-headed Dark Wolf King vanished. The two Dark Wolf Kings then revealed a sinister grin as they looked at Shifeng's group, their expressions seemingly saying, "You're dead meat now." The two Dark Wolf Kings immediately pounced on the Golden Giant and the Blood Demon. Gathering power of darkness in their paws, they smacked their respective targets. Both the Golden Giant and the Blood Demon attempted to block the incoming attacks, but just as they seemed to succeed, the Dark Wolf King's paws transformed into shadows, piercing the elemental and demon's defenses. The attacks struck their targets, and both the Golden Giant and the Blood Demon were thrown over 20 yards away, a damage exceeding -2 million appearing above each of their heads. Before the two summoned creatures could regain their footing, the two Dark Wolf Kings pounced again, launching the same attacks. The prior scene replayed with the Golden Giant and the Blood Demon flying backward and losing over 2 million HP each. As expected of a Grand Lord in the Darkness world. In addition to a division skill, it has an unblockable offensive skill. This boss could even annihilate a 20-man team of Tier 2 experts of the same level. Despite realizing the seriousness of the summoned creature's situation, Shifeng remained unfazed. Instead, he calmly told Anna, "Let's see what you've got." Nodding, Anna's aura abruptly changed. The dark purple mark on her forehead disappeared, transforming into runes that covered her body. After Anna obtained a peak class, she had learned 2 over-tier spells and 1 epic-ranked skill. Although she had displayed the Tier 3 spell, Chains of Light, she had yet to reveal her other over-tier spell and epic skill. The move Anna had just used was none other than the epic skill Yin Yang Power. Not only did Anna's basic attributes soar under the skill's power, but the strength of her light and darkness-type skills and spells would also rise by 1 tier, to a maximum of Tier 4. This was the Berserk skill unique to peak legacies. Anna's Tier 2 spells and skills already had the power to rival Tier 3 attacks, but now her attacks were even more powerful than a Grand Lord's of the same level. Furthermore, while Yin Yang Power was in effect, all of her spells and skills would increase by 1 tier. It was by no means an exaggeration to consider Anna a level 80, Tier 3 NPC. Anna proceeded to cast the Tier 2 spell, Holy Light Spear once more, but unlike her previous use, the number of holy spears she summoned had doubled to 36. Moreover, each spear carried more power than before. Under Anna's control, the holy spears transformed into streaks of white light that bombarded the two Dark Wolf Kings. While the two Dark Wolf Kings happily bullied the Golden Giant and Blood Demon, the Holy Spears appeared before them. Even with the Dark Wolf King's incredible reaction speeds, they only blocked half of the incoming spears. The rest of the shining weapons found their marks. When the Holy Spears met the Dark Wolf King's tough fur, the two Grand Lords howled in pain. Each spear dealt over -600,000 damage. By the time the two Dark Wolf Kings had recovered from the Holy Spear's bombardment, Anna had finished casting the Tier 2 spell, Feathers of Light. Suddenly, countless white, immaculate feathers descended from the sky, decorating the area around the two Grand Lords. Anna, who stood outside of the rock giant's magic barrier, grabbed at a feather that had fallen before her. She then gave the feather a gentle pinch. Boom. The hundreds of immaculate feathers surrounding the two Dark Wolf Kings began to explode, one after another. Although each feather's explosion was not particularly powerful and only devoured a few tens of thousands of the Grand Lord's HPs, the total accumulated damage was frightening. After a short moment, the two Dark Wolf Kings, who had only held on by a small amount of HP, fell to Anna's spell. Anna had killed the two Dark Wolf Kings so quickly that Shi Feng hadn't even had enough time to use Divine Providence and land the finishing blow. Chapter 1679, Ancient Rock City's Shocking Transformation. Chapter 1679, Ancient Rock City's Shocking Transformation. Seeing the corpses of the divided two-headed Dark Wolf King reaffirmed Anna's strength for Shi Feng. Although light-type spells had striking effects against dark creatures, they shouldn't allow a level 80, Tier 2 NPC to overwhelm the two-headed Dark Wolf King to this extent. Not even ordinary Tier 3 NPCs of the same level were capable of such a feat. The only downside to Anna's Yin-Yang power was its 100-second duration and a long 6-hour cooldown. If she could use this berserk skill frequently, she could massacre one level 70 Grand Lord after another. When the two-headed Dark Wolf King had died, it had dropped a pile of loot before them. It had also granted both Shi Feng and Anna a large amount of EXP. Although Shi Feng's EXP gain in the darkness world had been drastically reduced, his experience bar still increased by a noticeable amount. As for Anna, although her EXP gain was no longer affected, the EXP she had gained from killing the level 72-headed Dark Wolf King was insignificant compared to how much she needed to level up since she had already reached level 80. As expected of one of the Darkness World's Grand Lords. Its loot is way better than an ordinary Grand Lord's. Shi Feng couldn't help his surprise as he gazed at the items before him. Past level 50, Grand Lords generally only drop 10 or so items. Moreover, the majority of the loot would even be materials, and one would be lucky if they got 3 or 4 pieces of equipment, even the best of which would be secret silver rank. However, the two-headed Dark Wolf King had dropped over 20 items. Although the majority of the loot was still materials, the boss had dropped 5 pieces of equipment. 3 of the pieces were level 60 secret silver equipment, including 1 pair of boots belonging to the level 60 secret silver ranked Dark Devourer set. The last 2 pieces were level 60 fine gold equipment, one of which was a set piece for the level 60 fine gold ranked Fantasy Demon set. Although the Fantasy Demon set was only a 6-piece set, players could equip the set at level 55 instead of level 60 once they had gathered 4 pieces. If the full set were given to a level 55 magical class player, that player would wipe the floor with other magical class players of the same level. Only players with multiple epic weapons and equipment would likely be able to contend with them. 2 master-ranked potions had also dropped. Among them, one was the Mana Awakening Potion. It was a rare berserk potion that increased players' spell effects by 200% for 30 seconds. The other potion was a Resuscitation Potion. If players consumed the potion after resurrecting, they could recover a portion of the lost EXP. These 2 potions had easily sold for over 100 gold each on the market in the past. In addition, the two-headed Dark Wolf King had dropped a Darkness Stone and 3 Darkness Stone fragments. However, what surprised Shi Feng most was a translucent crystal ball. The Detection Crystal Ball. This was a top-tier item for outdoor explorations. It was particularly useful at night, when visibility was poor. The detection crystal ball could be used to detect all monsters within a certain range, which was determined by the detection crystal ball's rank. A bronze detection crystal ball had a range of 500 yards, while mysterious iron-ranked crystal balls could detect enemies within 700 yards, and secret silver-ranked ones could reach 1,000 yards. It allowed players to avoid monster ambushes. The detection crystal ball the Wolf King had dropped was fine gold rank, with a range of 1,500 yards. Not only could this item's detection reach further than the Blood Demon's vision, but it could also spot every monster within that range. It did not matter even if the monsters were camouflaged or hidden behind terrain. Unfortunately, it did cost 1 magic crystal to operate per hour. Ordinary players might not be willing to pay this price, but it wasn't an issue for Shifeng, and it would be of great help as he explored the Darkness world. There weren't as many monsters in the Darkness world as there were on the continent of God's domain, making them troublesome to find. Since Shifeng was looking for specific targets, his hunt was even more time-consuming. With the detection crystal ball, however, he could save plenty of time and avoid unnecessary battles. This will save me a ton of time. Shifeng smiled. Without hesitation, he spent 1 magic crystal to activate the detection crystal ball and looked for his next target. Although Anna wouldn't be able to use her berserk skill again for a short time, Shifeng had summoned another Tier 3 demon to assist him as soon as the demon summoning skill's cooldown had ended. With the extra Tier 3 demon, his party could slowly whittle down another level 70 Grand Lord even without the personal guard's berserk skill. In such a way, Shifeng continued to hunt Grand Lords in the Darkness world. As for his stamina and concentration recovery, Shifeng had used the life essence he had accumulated with the blood refining crystal to remain battle-ready. In addition, every monster he killed in the Darkness world granted varying amounts of blood energy, which he could use to create more life essence. In the end, Shifeng grinded monsters for a full day without rest. With the help of divine providence, he had collected 28 darkness stones and 200+ darkness stone fragments during that time. At this rate, he should be able to collect 100 darkness stones in no time. In addition, he had collected over 100 pieces of level 60 secret silver and fine gold weapons and equipment. He also managed to complete 1 Dark Devourer set and now had 4 set pieces of the Fantasy Demon set, only missing the helmet and gloves. Although Shifeng was in high spirits and more than eager to continue his grind, his many years of experience in God's domain had taught him that it was important to balance work and rest properly. Although the life essence replenished his stamina and concentration, it was more of a stimulant than a replacement for actual rest. If he wanted to rest his mind, he had to log out of the game. After returning to reality, Shifeng planned to see to his basic training, as usual, maintaining his physical fitness. He then planned to make the necessary arrangements to expand the Zero Wing workshop. Now that the Zero Wing Guild was on the right track to becoming a superpower and had acquired a city of its own, the guild would only grow as it moved forward. Naturally, the guild's management would become more complex. He needed more personnel to manage Zero Wing, and so he needed to expand his workshop and recruit more internal members. But before Shifeng could leave his room, the quantum watch on his wrist, which was connected to his virtual gaming cabin, rang. The display on his watch showed that the caller was Aqua Rose. "Guild leader, I finally got through to you," Aqua Rose said as soon as the call connected, sounding a little rushed. "Has something happened to the guild?" Shifeng asked curiously. "Something big has happened," Aqua Rose stated. "While you were grinding in the Darkness world, Heaven's Burial has been trying desperately to fend off the various superpowers surrounding it. It has even mobilized countless evil demons and evil beasts, but midway through the siege, one of the superpowers mobilized powerful siege weapons and a large number of NPC mercenaries. The battle continued for several more hours, and after suffering immense casualties, the various superpowers finally broke past Ancient Rock City's walls and charged into the City Lord's mansion. "So, Ancient Rock City has been taken?" Shifeng could not help but smile. He had destroyed Ancient Rock City's defensive magic arrays precisely so that he could cut off one of Heaven's Burial's revenue sources. If another power claimed Ancient Rock City, it was definitely worth celebrating for Zero Wing. No, Aqua Rose said, shaking her head. No? Haven't they broken into the City Lord's mansion? With the various superpower strength, they should have no issues getting to the City Lord's tablet even if there are evil demons in the building. Aqua Rose's reply left Shi Feng slightly confused. The various superpowers were recognized as such due to the large number of experts they employed. While Refinement Realm experts couldn't do much in a war involving tens of thousands of players, they could exhibit tremendous combat power in compact fights with a limited number of opponents. Even if level 100 NPC soldiers were stationed inside the City Lord's mansion, those NPCs wouldn't be able to stop every Refinement Realm expert from reaching the City Lord's tablet. The various superpowers have stormed the City Lord's mansion, but some Tier 4 NPC appeared suddenly and transformed Ancient Rock City into an evil demon nest. Not only has the city become a forbidden land for players, but the evil beasts and demons are also expanding their influence and capturing areas around Ancient Rock City. More evil demons and evil beasts are joining the force by the minute. Just some time ago, we received a report stating that the other guilds' towns in the Orc Empire have fallen to these evil demons. According to our scouts, the evil demon army is spreading towards Star Moon Kingdom's borders. By the looks of it, Zero Wing City is the army's target. Chapter 1680, Evil Gods Branch Temple. Chapter 1680, Evil Gods Branch Temple. A Tier 4 NPC appeared in Ancient Rock City? And the NPC transformed the city into an evil demon nest? How is that possible? Shi Feng was stunned after listening to Aqua Rose's report. Suddenly, a possibility came to mind, and he could not help but ask, "Do you have the latest image of Ancient Rock City?" "Yes, I'll send it now." Aqua Rose nodded. The fact that Ancient Rock City had become an evil demon nest had frustrated the various superpowers. Hence, they had sent plenty of scouts to investigate Ancient Rock City's current state in the hopes of wresting back control of the city. Meanwhile, Zero Wing had collected quite a bit of information from those superpowers. Following which, Shi Feng entered his virtual gaming cabin again and logged into his rest space. He could still make contact with players in God's domain from within the rest space. Once he had logged in, Shi Feng noticed the pictures of Ancient Rock City Aqua Rose had sent. In addition to that, she had sent video recordings and statistics reports about the current forces inside the city. What a terrifying number. Shi Feng was shocked as he watched the videos. Evil demons and evil beasts crowded Ancient Rock City, both on its walls and inside the city itself. Several million monsters had taken control of the city, far more than any single player could control. Based on the information the various superpowers had gathered, there should be roughly 3 million evil demons and evil beasts defending Ancient Rock City. Moreover, this number continued to grow as time passed. However, the number of monsters within the city wasn't the most important aspect. It was these monsters' levels. The lowest leveled monster present in the city was level 50, while the higher leveled ones had reached level 80. Moreover, there were mythic ranked evil beasts and evil demons outside of the city. Based on current reports, there should be more than 10 mythic ranked evil beasts and evil demons protecting Ancient Rock City. There was also a level 80, Tier 4 NPC stationed in the city. This NPC was the true Grim Reaper to players due to its Tier 4 domain skill. Based on the reports, hostile players that tried to approach this Tier 4 NPC would be transformed into evil demons before they could get near the NPC. Sure enough, Shi Feng frowned as he gazed at the towering temple in the heart of Ancient Rock City. They sure are ruthless. They actually built a branch of the Evil Gods Temple in Ancient Rock City. The only way to transform a city into an evil demon nest was to create an Evil Gods Temple branch temple in the city. If a branch temple descended, one could instantly teleport all of the evil beasts and demons under their command to the temple, essentially fortifying the city with an army. However, it was extremely difficult to get a branch temple to descend. First, the descent's target must not have any defensive magic arrays, and second, one would need a large number of precious materials and souls. Once a branch temple descended, the occupied city would crumble. Although it was only a branch temple, the density of the evil energy it exuded would be horrific. This evil energy would corrupt the land the branch temple occupied, and only a Tier 5 high priest or above would be able to cleanse the corrupted land. If the land remained corrupt, ordinary players wouldn't be able to survive there. Now that a branch temple had descended, ancient Rock City had been undoubtedly crippled. The city's fate as an evil demon nest was sealed. Becoming a guild city again was practically impossible. Guild leader, what should we do? The evil demon and evil beast armies are clearly marching towards Zero Wing City. Even if we petition the kingdom's armies to suppress these monsters at the border, there are too many of them. In addition, more evil beasts and evil demons join the march as time passes. On the off chance that the kingdom's armies fail to hold off these monsters and they reach Zero Wing City, we'll definitely be in trouble, Aqua Rose expressed her concern. If such a frightening number of evil beasts and evil demons assaulted Zero Wing City, it would only be a matter of time before the city fell even if it had a stronger defensive magic array than Stone Forest Town. Mythic ranked creatures marched alongside the evil beasts and demons towards Zero Wing City, after all. Even if Zero Wing City's defensive magic array could stop those monsters' attacks, there was a limit to how long the magic array could hold. Once it broke, the city's players would quickly follow. If they did not think of a plan to stop the monster army now, Zero Wing City would be finished. Feng felt a headache brew as he looked at the dense swarm of evil demons and evil beasts. He had never thought that Beast Emperor and Heaven's Burial had grown so powerful that they could summon a branch temple. It wasn't exactly a simple task, and the price of doing so was unimaginable. This was because the branch temple was meant to hide the main temple. If Beast Emperor and Heaven's Burial had tried to mobilize their monster armies from within Star Moon Kingdom, even if Feng had sat back and done nothing, the kingdom's NPCs would discover the evil god's temple within Star Moon Kingdom immediately. At that time, the kingdom would doubtlessly dispatch its armies to exterminate the temple. But a branch temple was a different story. Since Beast Emperor and Heaven's Burial teleported their monsters from the main temple to the branch temple, it was impossible to track down the main temple before these armies mobilized within the kingdom. Meanwhile, even if the branch temple were destroyed, the evil demon and evil beast armies were already outside of Star Moon Kingdom. They would not teleport back to the main temple due to the branch temple's destruction. Notify Snow and have her organize the guild's experts to coordinate with the kingdom's armies immediately. We need to stop as much of that monster army as possible. Also, figure out a way to collect as many magic crystals as possible. Before I return, have everyone put as much distance as possible between them and the monster army. That includes other guilds' members and independent players. Make sure they don't become sacrifices for that army, Feng ordered after giving the matter some thought. The evil god's temple had been a constant thorn in the side for God's domain's various major powers in the past. The main reason for this the temple members' ability to create evil beasts and demons through their defeated opponents. If a force weren't strong enough and tried to challenge the evil beasts and evil demons, they'd only become food for those monsters. There were two methods to keep its forces from spreading when the evil god's temple plagued a country. The first was to exterminate every evil beast and demon found with overwhelming strength, while the second was to destroy the main temple. In reality, the evil god's temples across the continent of God's domain served as evil energy transfer devices. When activated, the evil god's temples would send evil energy throughout the continent, creating a suitable environment for its evil beasts and demons. As long as one destroyed the activated evil god's temple, they could stop the transfer of evil energy. After losing its source, the evil energy that had spread would gradually thin until the environment became hostile for evil beasts and demons once again. Some of the weaker monsters might even die as a result, while the stronger monsters would grow weaker and become easier to defeat. However, the whereabouts of Star Moon Kingdom's evil god's temple remained unknown, and destroying the heavily guarded branch temple in the Orc Empire was impossible. The only hope of fending off the monster army that marched towards Zero Wing City was to send expert players to work alongside the NPC armies, whittling away as many of the evil beasts and demons as possible. The monster army could only grow if it had sacrifices. It couldn't bolster its numbers without a cost. Understood. I'll notify Snow right away. Aqua Rose nodded before disconnecting the call. Not daring to waste time, Shifeng immediately logged back into God's domain and continued to grind for darkness stones. Meanwhile, over 500,000 players had gathered in a forest at the border of Stone Forest Town's map. Among them, over 100,000 wore Heaven's Burial's guild emblem. Every one of these players was level 47 and above, and they were all very well equipped. However, every one of these players wore tense expressions. Beast Emperor, I've prepared the 400,000 players you've asked for. I hope that you will fulfill your promise. Singular Burial, who stood atop a hillside, told the middle-aged man beside him. The middle-aged man had ashen skin covered in runes. The man also wielded a staff made of pitch-black jade. This man was none other than Beast Emperor. However, he was no longer covered in bandages. Relax. When have I ever broken a promise to you? Beast Emperor laughed. Turning his sight towards the player army at the bottom of the hill, he commanded, "All right, let's begin." Chapter 1681, Brute Force. Chapter 1681, The Brute Force. After Beast Emperor finished speaking, he immediately began writing divine runes and chanting an incantation. Suddenly, a gigantic magic array formed beneath Beast Emperor's feet and continuously expanded outward. Only after reaching a radius of 500 yards did it stop growing. The magic array then conducted a massive amount of mana that no single player would be capable of. When the magic array was complete, Beast Emperor stabbed the black jade staff in his hand into the center of the magic array, letting it serve as the magic array's core. Have them enter the magic array one by one. Make sure not to enter it too quickly. If they're too quick, the magic array won't be able to absorb their immortal souls, and they will end up hurt for nothing, Beast Emperor said as he looked at Singular Burial. Also, during this period, no harm must come to the magic array's core. Otherwise, everything will be for naught. Rest assured, I've summoned plenty of my guild's experts here. There's even an army of 100,000 elites spread across the surrounding area. Even if someone tries to launch an ambush, I still have a defensive magic array I can activate to hold them back, Singular Burial said, nodding. His gaze then shifted toward the general direction of Stone Forest Town, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he swore, "Black Flame, just you wait. Since you dared to destroy my ancient rock city, I will definitely let you personally witness the destruction of the guild you created." Due to the various superpowers' successful invasion of ancient rock city, he had no choice but to turn the city into a nest for evil demons. The loss of this massive source of income had a considerable impact on Heaven's Burial's development. In fact, some of the major corporations supporting Heaven's Burial had already withdrawn their funds, instantly shattering Singular Burial's dream of making the guild a superpower. As for the remaining corporations backing Heaven's Burial, they were staying only because they believed in Lei Jingyang's and his own abilities. If not for the two of them, these major corporations would have drastically reduced the funding they provided Heaven's Burial. Hence, it was definitely not an exaggeration to say that the hatred he felt for Zero Wing could blot out the sky. Originally, the plan was to take action against Zero Wing. However, after the battle at Ancient Rock City, Singular Burial changed his mind. He also wanted Zero Wing's members to have a taste of getting whittled down and destroyed bit by bit. First, he would take away Stone Forest Town. Next, he would deal with Zero Wing City. With these two places gone, Zero Wing would lose two of its most important sources of income. If that happened, it was only a matter of time before Zero Wing crumbled. Meanwhile, all Black Flame would be able to do at that time was watch as Zero Wing dissolved into nothingness while Stone Forest Town and Zero Wing City fell into the hands of Heaven's Burial. From then on, Heaven's Burial would replace Zero Wing as Starmoon Kingdom's absolute overlord. Beast Emperor no longer made any further comments. Instead, he summoned a mythic-ranked evil demon to secretly assist in protecting the magic array. Compared to expert players, a mythic-ranked evil demon provided much greater assurance. After all, he had paid an enormous price to obtain the Black Jade Staff. Acquiring another one to hold another sacrificial ceremony would be extremely difficult. After Beast Emperor was done dealing with the matters here, he took out a teleportation scroll and left the area. All he needed to do now was wait for the magic array to collect a sufficient number of immortal souls. Meanwhile, such a large commotion naturally could not escape the eyes of Starmoon Kingdom's various major powers. What's Heaven's Burial trying to do by gathering so many players over at Stone Forest Town? Could it be preparing to vent its anger on Zero Wing's Stone Forest Town now that its ancient rock city has been destroyed? That shouldn't be the case, right? That's Stone Forest Town we're talking about. It's not as if we've never seen how strong the town's defenses are. It is even more fortified than NPC towns. Moreover, I heard that the number of Tier 2 NPC soldiers defending Stone Forest Town has already exceeded 400. The town won't be so easy to take down. Hasn't Heaven's Burial learned its lesson from its previous failure? Maybe Heaven's Burial has some trump card to rely on. When the various major powers discovered Heaven's Burial's actions, they could not help but discuss it curiously. They all wondered what Heaven's Burial was trying to do. Vice Guild Leader, Heaven's Burial seems to be trying to take action against Stone Forest Town. What should we do? The Zero Wing members garrisoning Stone Forest Town were greatly concerned over this matter. Based on Heaven's Burial's actions, that guild was obviously planning on starting a guild war, only it had yet to make all the necessary preparations. Once it was ready, however, it would definitely launch an attack. Everyone in the guild is to avoid casually going out during this period, to avoid getting ambushed by Heaven's Burial's evil demons. At the same time, keep a close eye on Heaven's Burial's status and report back any findings immediately. Aqua Rose fired off commands through the guild chat. She also had Melancholic Smile strengthen the defenses of Stone Forest Town, building more defense turrets and moving more miniature ballistas to Stone Forest Town as a precaution. Currently, Heaven's Burial's monster army was already approaching Starmoon Kingdom's border. If Zero Wing did not send experts to help the NPC armies exterminate some of the monsters, the monster army's advance into Starmoon Kingdom would definitely accelerate. Hence, they could not afford to pull away those experts to deal with Heaven's Burial's player army. The only thing they could do right now was slow the advance of the monster army while strengthening the defenses of Stone Forest Town. Not to mention, the odds were that Heaven's Burial's player army was capable of summoning a large number of evil demons to aid the army in battle. If Zero Wing launched a half-hearted attack on Heaven's Burial's player army, Zero Wing's members would definitely be beaten black and blue. After all, without the help of static defenses and NPC soldiers, players couldn't contend against the powerful evil demons. For a time, the atmosphere in Starmoon Kingdom turned awkward. Aside from Zero Wing, the other guilds in the kingdom were also making their own preparations for war. After all, nobody knew for sure what Heaven's Burial was actually trying to do. There was always a chance that the guild would go crazy and start attacking every guild town in sight. Although the NPCs of Starmoon Kingdom had already tightened its security measures against evil beasts and evil demons, if players wanted to have the kingdom's armies mobilized to assist them in dealing with these monsters, they needed to provide concrete proof that these monsters had actually appeared. Only then would the kingdom's armies move out. Moreover, the kingdom's armies would need some time to get to the battlefield. If their guild towns failed to hold out until the kingdom's armies arrived, then there would be no point in notifying the kingdom. Hence, the various large guilds had all started building up the defenses of their respective towns. Meanwhile, back at the Darkness world, Shifeng had also started grinding Grand Lords with greater urgency. Now, he had 2 heroic spirits participating in the battle simultaneously. With the help of Anna and 3 Tier 3 demons, killing level 70 or so Grand Lords became significantly easier. However, Grand Lords still weren't available in great abundance. After half a day or so of wanton slaughter, Shifeng had basically killed every Grand Lord present on the map he was currently in. Now, Shifeng had a total of 52 Darkness Stones and 386 Darkness Stone fragments, which was still some distance away from his target. Meanwhile, if he wished to find and kill more Grand Lords, he had only 2 options to do so. The first option was to wait for the Grand Lords he killed to respawn. However, Grand Lords generally took 2 or 3 natural days to respawn. Killing the Grand Lords too quickly had left him with no Grand Lords to grind. However, Shifeng couldn't do anything about this situation. Anna was simply too strong. The second option was to head to other maps. The Grand Lords of other maps remained untouched. They were all alive and kicking. The only problem was getting to other maps. The Darkness world was different from the continent of God's domain. On the continent of God's domain, players faced no hindrance when moving between maps. In the Darkness world, however, the maps had strict level restrictions preventing players from going wherever they wished. In a sense, the Darkness world was similar to the Ice Crystal world. Players needed to defeat the designated Guardian boss in order to proceed to other maps. Otherwise, they would be stuck in the same map forever. Generally, players that arrived at the Darkness world using the teleportation stones exchanged at the 7 Luminaries temple would not think of heading to other maps, because the map they were teleported to was suitable for their level, and just surviving in the said map was already plenty difficult. They would not even have time to think about heading to other maps. Shifeng was definitely a unique case. It seems I have no choice but to force my way through, Shifeng thought as he looked at the 30-meter-tall monster sleeping inside the canyon ahead of him. He then advanced towards the monster together with Anna. Now that the evil demon and evil beast armies were invading Star Moon Kingdom, he naturally could not waste time waiting for the Grand Lords he had killed to respawn. His only choice was to head to another map and hunt the Grand Lords there. Chapter 1682, High Demon. Chapter 1682, High Demon. Inside the quiet canyon, when Shifeng got within 1,000 yards of the next map, he suddenly felt a powerful pressure washing over him. The pressure he felt now was completely different from what he experienced from the monsters he encountered before. In other words, there was a qualitative change to the pressure he felt. Currently, Shifeng had already reached Tier 2, yet the pressure still made him extremely uncomfortable. His body felt as if it was fully submerged in a pool of water. The pressure is so strong despite the 1,000 yards separating us? Shifeng stared at the massive figure displayed on his detection crystal ball in disbelief. The crystal ball showed a humanoid figure with the head of a goat sprawled across the ground before the canyon's exit. The figure also had a massive serpent for a tail and the bat-like wings commonly seen on demons. As the figure exhaled, flames surged out of its nostrils and scorched the ground before it. What? A high demon? Shifeng was dumbfounded as he looked at this figure. There were many demonic creatures in God's domain. Aside from having a difference in strength, these demonic creatures were also distinguished by lineage. In fact, the hierarchy among demons was largely determined based on lineage. Demons with noble lineages ruled over demons with ordinary lineages. Naturally, the nobler the lineage a demon possessed, the greater their potential for growth. In God's domain, most demons at the Demon King standard were high demons. It was very difficult for a demon with an ordinary lineage to grow into a Tier 5 Demon King, much less a Tier 6 Demon God. Demons with noble lineages were known as high demons. In terms of life rating, they were superior to even archaic species. At the same tier, only dragons or ferocious beasts would be capable of suppressing high demons. Needless to say, The ordinary demons Shifeng summoned were no match for high demons. Nevertheless, the guardian boss stationed at the entrance to the next map was actually a high demon. Due to the extreme distance, the detection crystal ball couldn't detect the statistics of the high demon. However, when Shifeng arrived within 600 yards of the high demon, its statistics entered his eyes. Baphomet, High Demon, Grand Lord. Level 73. HP 120, 000, 000/120, 000, 000. A level 73 Grand Lord? Shifeng fell into deep thought as he looked at Baphomet's statistics. Compared to an archaic species of the same level, a high demon had much less HP. Even so, 120 million HP was still a horrifying amount for him to deal with. Just Baphomet's battle recovery alone allowed it to recover 1,200,000 HP every 5 seconds. If his DPS was lower than 240,000, Baphomet would be an invincible existence to him. The only stroke of luck was that Baphomet was a demon. So long as his opponent was a demon, the Bible of Darkness would be able to suppress it. Although he couldn't use the Bible of Darkness to turn Baphomet into his subordinate, he could greatly suppress the high demon's basic attributes. Moreover, this suppression was absolute. Its effects would not weaken in the slightest, unlike how magic arrays and the like did when the target monster was too strong. All the same, a high demon was still a high demon. Baphomet wasn't just strong in terms of basic attributes. The skills, spells, and combat standard it possessed were beyond those of an ordinary demon. I can only give it a try. Gritting his teeth, Shifeng took out another primordial scroll from his bag and summoned a third primordial heroic spirit. Although Zero Wing City's defenses were far superior to an ordinary guild city's, the current situation was unlike before. The quantity and quality of the evil beasts and evil demons surging into Star Moon Kingdom were extraordinary. If the monsters broke through the defensive network of the kingdom's army and reached Zero Wing City, Shifeng was unsure whether Zero Wing City could hold its ground against them. If he could secure the Lost Town before this happened, the numerous mana weapons stored inside the Lost Town would undoubtedly raise Zero Wing's strength by a significant margin. At that time, the chances of defending Zero Wing City would also improve significantly. Looking at Baphomet, Shifeng did not hurry to have his 3 demons charge at the high demon. Instead, he waited out the cooldown of Anna's skills. Afterward, he had the 3 heroic spirits cast one buff after another on everyone in the group, causing their basic attributes to skyrocket, particularly those of the level 80 Golden Giant, which already possessed immense strength. After being buffed up by the 3 heroic spirits, its strength was already close to rivaling a Grand Lord's of the same level. Following which, Shifeng gave the command to attack. Taking the lead, the Golden Giant and 3 Tier 3 demons charged forward, the 10 Rock Guardians following closely after them. If a player were to witness this scene, they would definitely turn around and flee. However, Baphomet simply yawned, paying no heed whatsoever to the approaching enemies. Only when the Golden Giant and 3 demons arrived within 200 yards of Baphomet did the High Demon look at the Golden Giant. Suddenly, as if they had just stepped into a muddy swamp, the Golden Giant, demons, and Rock Guardians' speed decreased abruptly. Moreover, their movement speed wasn't the only thing reduced, even their reaction speeds turned sluggish. Following which, Baphomet stomped on the ground and disappeared from where it stood. When Baphomet reappeared, it had moved over 50 yards from its original position. The High Demon was practically faster than even an ordinary mythic monster. Before the Golden Giant could react, Baphomet already stood before it, the High Demon looking no different from a child compared to the Golden Giant. After appearing before the Golden Giant, Baphomet waved its hand lightly as if it were sweeping away dust. In the next moment, the Golden Giant and the demons and Rock Guardians standing beside and behind the Golden Giant were all sent flying over 20 yards back, damages appearing above the summoned creatures' heads. Among the group, the Golden Giant, which possessed the highest defense, lost over 700,000 HP, whereas the Lord-ranked Rock Guardians lost over 1 million HP each. Sure enough, it's very strong. Shi Feng was deeply shocked by the strength Baphomet displayed. Baphomet was much more powerful than any of the Grand Lord-ranked archaic species he had gone up against before. Moreover, based on the performance Baphomet just displayed, Shi Feng could tell that the High Demon's combat standard should be at the 6th floor Trial Tower standard. With the High Demon's mythical speed, even a 100-man team of Tier 2 experts would be like fish on a chopping board if it went up against Baphomet. Afterward, a series of exchanges took place between both sides. Unfortunately, although the Golden Giant and 3 demons retaliated, they only managed to land a few spells on Baphomet. Relying on its mythical speed, the High Demon easily dodged every normal attack sent at it. In contrast, despite being healed by Tier 3 heroic spirits, the Golden Giant and demons still continually lost HP. Although the Golden Giant and demons tried blocking and dodging Baphomet's attacks, their weakened reaction speeds prevented them from doing so. However, as Baphomet paid attention only to the Golden Giant and Tier 3 demons, Shi Feng was able to get within 100 yards of the High Demon unnoticed and immediately activated Demon Ruler. Suddenly, a ripple of power left the Bible of Darkness Shi Feng held. Baphomet's basic attributes promptly plummeted by 30%. The effect of Demon Ruler was remarkable. However, this was still not the end. Anna, who had long since completed her own preparations, had the rock giants form a magic array and suppressed Baphomet even more. However, the magic array was evidently inferior to Demon Ruler. In the end, Baphomet retained 60% of its original basic attributes, and it still suppressed the Golden Giant and Tier 3 demons. But instead of dodging all of the Golden Giant and demons' attacks, the High Demon was now forced to parry and block instead. Nevertheless, the Golden Giant failed to inflict any significant damage on Baphomet. Seeing this, Shi Feng had no choice but to spend 5,000 magic crystals and activate the Ring of Gospel's World Projection. When World Projection descended on Baphomet, the High Demon's speed decreased once more. However, even after World Projection's suppression took effect, Baphomet still retained 50% of its basic attributes and still overwhelmed the Golden Giant. How is it so powerful? Shi Feng was next to speechless as he stared at Baphomet. If not for the Bible of Darkness's suppression, he would have long since turned around and fled by now. After thinking up to this point, he turned to look at Anna, a bitter smile on his face as he said, "It seems we can't hold back anything at all." Following which, he commanded Anna to use her other overtier spell, which was also the strongest spell Anna currently possessed. Tier 3 Curse, Yin Yang Judgment. Yin Yang Judgment's cooldown was 1 natural day. Unless absolutely necessary, Shi Feng did not wish to use the curse at all. However, if he did not use it now, it was only a matter of time before Baphomet defeated his team. After all, World Projection had a short duration of only 10 minutes, each use costing him 5,000 magic crystals. He did not have enough magic crystals to fight a protracted battle with the High Demon. Chapter 1683, First Kill Baphomet. Chapter 1683, First Kill Baphomet. After Anna completed the final verse of her incantation, 2 magic arrays, one glowing white and the other, black, appeared above Baphomet. The mana surrounding the magic array then grew restless, blurring space around the High Demon. Such a huge disturbance attracted Baphomet's attention, and the High Demon's immediate reaction was to turn and flee. But Anna didn't give Baphomet the chance to escape. Waving her staff, she activated the magic array looming above Baphomet. Suddenly, a 50-meter-long golden, holy spear descended from the sky. The instant the spear fell, space around the magic array and Baphomet froze, drastically decreasing the High Demon's movement speed. Before Baphomet could attempt to defend itself, the holy spear collided with the monster. Boom! As a result, a towering, black-white light pillar rose into the air. When the pillar had manifested, the world around Baphomet shook violently, and resulting shockwave pushed the Golden Giant and the Tier 3 demons under Shi Feng's control back by over 20 yards. After the light pillar had disappeared, it revealed a massive crater where Baphomet had stood, with the High Lord lying at the body. Scorching flames burned the High Demon, decorating it and the crater with scorch marks. Dark blue blood seeped from the numerous wounds covering Baphomet's body. However, compared to Baphomet's miserable appearance, the damage it had taken was truly terrifying. Minus 4,467,175. A damage of over 4 million appeared above Baphomet's head. To Baphomet, who only had a maximum HP of 60 million after multiple means of suppression, this move had taken nearly 1/13 of its total HP. The might of Yin-Yang Judgment completely exceeded Shi Feng's expectations. Moreover, Baphomet had been heavily injured when the Tier 3 curse had struck, significantly decreasing its combat power. With no intentions of letting Baphomet recover, Shi Feng ordered all of the summon creatures to use their strongest moves, holding nothing back. Following which, Tier 2 and Tier 3 skills and spells bombarded the High Demon, one after another. The injured Baphomet wasn't able to dodge any of the incoming attacks, and every skill and spell that had been sent slammed into the High Demon. Each attack dealt a minimum of minus 500,000 damage, depleting Baphomet's HP by a significant chunk. 80%, 75%, 70%. Although Baphomet eventually recovered from its mental shock and resumed its retaliation, the Golden Giant was more than enough to keep the High Demon busy with its weakened combat power. This prevented Baphomet from blocking Anna, the Tier 3 demons, and heroic spirits' attacks. Of course, Shi Feng didn't hold back either. After activating Heavenly Dragon's power, followed by Phantom Kill, he charged forward. 9 Dragon Slash. Shadow Blade. Lightning Flash. Purgatory Pentaslash. Thunder Flame Explosion. Flame Burst. Thanks to Killing Ray, every one of Shi Feng's skills dealt double damage to Baphomet, and damages in the tens of thousands appeared above the boss's head. Although his damage was no match for the Tier 3 demons, who weren't suppressed by the darkness world, it was still considerable. 50%, 40%, 30%. As time passed and Baphomet's HP continuously decreased, it continued to recover. Gradually, its reaction speed recovered, and eventually, the level 80 Golden Giant wasn't able to keep up with its attacks. This forced the heroic spirits at the rear line to shift their focus from offense to healing. Once Baphomet's HP fell to 20%, the High Demon revealed a sinister grin. It began to swipe its claws at the air around it, sending powerful gales at Shi Feng and his team. Before Shi Feng and the others could launch another assault, Baphomet had finished chanting an incantation. The ground before the High Demon then cracked and shattered as towering, pitch-black flames spewed from the cracks. When the flames had dissipated, a crimson longsword engraved with pitch-black runes had taken their place. The moment the longsword appeared, Shi Feng felt the surrounding power of darkness surge towards the weapon. The concentrated power of darkness became a black mist that circulated the crimson blade. Releasing the one-handed sword in its right hand, Baphomet grabbed the crimson longsword. The moment the High Demon touched the weapon, black flames danced along the sword's blade. Soulfire? Shi Feng's expression darkened when he saw the flames. The punishment for challenging it is actually this severe. Although he had known that a High Demon would have powerful attack methods, he hadn't expected Baphomet to use Soulfire in battle. This was a player's nightmare. Soulfire was capable of burning souls, and not even players' immortal souls were immune to its effects. If players were killed by Soulfire, not only would their death penalty increase, but they would also be prevented from logging into God's domain for multiple days. Of course, this mechanic had likely been created to prevent players from challenging the Guardian boss a second time within a short period. However, Shi Feng didn't want to waste too much time in the darkness world. If he suddenly couldn't log into the game for several days, Zero Wing would be finished. Without waiting for Shi Feng to respond, Baphomet stomped its hoofs on the ground and vanished. It then reappeared before the Golden Giant, cutting down at the Great Lord with its flaming longsword. Failing to react in time, the Golden Giant succumbed to Baphomet's attack, a damage over -1,300,000 appearing above its head. Pitch-black flames licked at the wood the long sword had created. Seeing this, the heroic spirits immediately cast their healing spells on the golden giant. However, when the healing spells touched the Great Lord, their effects seemed to have changed. Not only did the golden giant still sport the wound, but the pitch-black flames also burned with their original vigor. In fact, the golden giant had only received 30% of the spell's normal healing. When he saw this, Shi Feng's expression darkened further. Reduced healing effects was still acceptable, but the fact that the wounds Baphomet had inflicted couldn't be healed complicated the situation. As the golden giant accumulated more injuries, it would suffer a heavily injured state sooner or later. If that happened, its combat power would fall, and it would be helpless against the High Demon. If the golden giant couldn't deal sufficient damage, it would lose Baphomet's aggro. The High Demon would then be free to target someone else. Quick! Attack it with everything you've got! Shi Feng commanded Anna. At the same time, he took 2 Tier 3 magic scrolls from his bag and activated them, one after another. Holding nothing back, Anna activated Yin-Yang power, her mana overflowing from her body. 1 Tier 3 spell after another bombarded Baphomet. However, even after noticing the incoming spells, Baphomet simply revealed a sneer as it lightly swung its crimson longsword, sending a wave of black fire to devour the approaching spells. The pitch-black flames corroded the Tier 3 spell's power relentlessly. By the time the spells actually reached Baphomet, they were weaker than Tier 2 spells. Baphomet then swung its longsword again and easily crushed the incoming attacks. Fortunately, although Baphomet had superior strength, it couldn't completely dodge the Tier 3 demon's attacks. Although its HP fell much slower than before, it still decreased at a steady rate. After using the 2 Tier 3 magic scrolls, Shi Feng proceeded to activate Blade Liberation. Currently, both Baphomet's defense and reaction speed were recovering, and as a result, it continued to take less damage. Despite bombarding Baphomet with a series of powerful attacks, they had only reduced Baphomet's HP to 12%. In contrast, the Golden Giant had become heavily injured after receiving 10 hits from the High Demon's Crimson Longsword, and it could no longer serve as a proper MT. Baphomet then turned its attention to the Tier 3 demons. If this continued, it was only a matter of time before they team-wiped. After activating Blade Liberation, Shi Feng's attributes skyrocketed yet again, and his basic attributes now surpassed the level 80 Golden Giants. Following which, Shi Feng activated Instant Strike and appeared before Baphomet. Sword's Orbit. Ding, ding, dang. Unfortunately, Baphomet managed to block the majority of Shi Feng's slashes. Only the occasional slash slipped past the High Demon's guard and dealt a little over -100,000 damage. With how much HP Baphomet had remaining, the High Demon wasn't particularly concerned with this amount of damage. Even after Shi Feng fought for several seconds and launched dozens of slashes, the High Demon still had 5% of its HP remaining. Meanwhile, once Shi Feng had lost Instant Strike's buff, Baphomet gained the upper hand. In fact, due to Shi Feng's weakened state, he lacked any ability to retaliate. He could only defend himself. Fortunately, Anna finally finished her incantation. Angel Summoning. Suddenly, a Tier 4 Valkyrie dropped onto the battlefield. Taking a step forward, the Valkyrie instantly appeared before Baphomet and swung her holy spear. Despite being a high demon, the impact still sent Baphomet flying back over 20 yards, robbing it of its defensive stance. Immediately, the Valkyrie threw her holy spear, which easily pierced through the defenseless high demon and dealt over -4 million damage. In the blink of an eye, Baphomet's HP fell below 1 million. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shi Feng activated Divine Providence and pointed Killing Ray at Baphomet. Flame Domain. Lightning Edge. Under Shi Feng's command, a raging inferno and countless sword lights devoured Baphomet. Damages of over -200,000 appeared above Baphomet's head, one after another, tearing what little remained of the high demon's HP away. Baphomet then died and collapsed to the ground. Following which, Feng watched his experience bar increase rapidly. At the same time, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System, congratulations! You have obtained the first kill on Baphomet, the guardian boss of Dark Sin Canyon. Rewards doubled. Acquired High Demon's Soul. Chapter 1684, Repairing the Bible of Darkness. Chapter 1684, Repairing the Bible of Darkness. After watching Baphomet die, Feng breathed a deep sigh of relief. Despite the fact that the Darkness world reduced Feng's EXP gain, his experience bar had risen by 7%, pushing him to 62% of level 65. If not for the 95% reduction in EXP gain, he definitely would have climbed to level 66. With the High Demon's death, loot rained down from above, creating a dazzling sight to behold. If the various superpowers learned of this, they'd die from envy. The Darkness world's monsters already dropped excellent loot, and as a map's guardian boss, Baphomet's loot was far better than the map's other monsters. Including the first kill bonus, one could just imagine how bountiful the High Demon's loot was. Giving the loot a rough glance, Feng estimated that there should be over 100 items. As items rained from the sky, a crystal, radiating a golden glow, landed before Feng. His curiosity piqued. Feng promptly picked up the crystal and inspected it. High Demon's Soul, Epic Rank Consumable. Sacrifice magic crystals to create a new body for High Demon Baphomet. Spend 2,000 magic crystals to create a Tier 3 body that is 10 levels higher than the user, 5,000 magic crystals to create a Tier 4 body that is 15 levels higher than the user. Can be used 3 times. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Current usage count, 0. What a powerful epic consumable! Feng was stunned as he read the crystal's introductory text. Epic consumables were incredibly rare in God's domain, and each one was incomparably powerful. Take the Demon King's Horn, for example. It had enabled Feng to destroy a city's defensive magic array instantly. Meanwhile, the High Demon's Soul was similarly extraordinary. At this stage of the game, a Tier 4 High Demon was practically invincible to players. Moreover, Feng could use the item 3 times. Also, the High Demon's Soul was different from the Divine Beast's Descent magic array. In the latter's case, if the magic array's operation were interrupted, the summoned Divine Beast would disappear. In the case of the High Demon's Soul, the summoned High Demon would only be cancelled if the owner were killed. It was a perfect tool of war. Feng then stored the High Demon's Soul and collected the loot scattered across the ground. In total, Baphomet had dropped 154 items, including 45 epic materials and 31 magic scrolls. Among the magic scrolls, 6 were Tier 3 magic scrolls, 2 large-scale destruction magic scrolls, 1 summoning scroll, 2 defensive magic scrolls, and 1 single-target attack magic scroll. There was also 1 Tier 4 large-scale destruction magic scroll. The Guardian boss had dropped 1 Grandmaster and 33 Master-ranked potions as well. The Grandmaster potion was a growth potion that when consumed, would temporarily increase the user's potential and forcefully elevate them by a single tier. This potion wasn't particularly useful to Tier 1 players, but to Tier 2 players and above, this potion's effects were even stronger than a Berserk skill. A Berserk skill only granted players additional basic attributes. However, this growth potion elevated players by a single tier. Not only would this increase grant players a boost to their basic attributes, but players' physique would also improve. This potion would be miraculously effective in dungeons. As for the remaining 44 items, there were 10 designs and recipes of various kinds among them. There was even a master-ranked potion recipe and a master-ranked engineering design. The master-ranked potion in question was the Life Potion. Not only would this potion heal players for 70% of their maximum HP instantly when consumed, but it would also grant an hot buff that recovered 2% of the user's HP every second for 10 seconds. In addition, it healed any heavy injuries and replenished 10% of the player's stamina and concentration. Unfortunately, the potion had a 5-minute cooldown, so it could only be used once or twice in most battles. Even so, it was much stronger than any advanced ranked recovery potion available on the market currently. Aside from the HP regeneration it provided, the fact that it could heal heavy injuries and replenish stamina and concentration made it extremely valuable. The potion would be particularly effective when players fought intense battles and when their stamina and concentration were nearly exhausted. The potion would also be very useful against bosses that increased stamina and concentration consumption. Although the life potion only recovered 10% of the player's stamina and concentration, it could save the player's life or help the team defeat a powerful boss if used during a critical moment. When the life potion had been introduced to the market in Shifeng's previous life, each bottle had easily sold for 5 gold. However, the life potion recipe was extremely rare, and even the various superpowers had only acquired a few copies after going to great lengths. Each copy of the recipe could easily sell for an exorbitant 8,000 gold if put up for auction. As for the master-ranked engineering design Baphomet had dropped, it was the hang glider design. Like its real-world counterpart, the hang glider allowed players to glide through the air. Moreover, the hang glider was much faster than any mount. The master-ranked hang glider provided a 350% movement speed increase. Since there weren't usually obstacles in the air, players could also traverse longer distances in a straight line. However, the hang glider had 3 flaws. The first was that players needed to take off from a sufficiently high location. The second was that the environment would affect the hang glider. If players tried to glide through a storm, the consequences would be severe. They might even be blown out of the sky and fall to their deaths. The third flaw was that hang gliders were consumables and could not be repaired. They would disappear once their durability had been exhausted. Meanwhile, even a common hang glider cost around 18 gold to produce. They weren't much cheaper than common mounts, which players could use indefinitely. However, to players who valued time and speed, these flaws did very little to stop them from using the hang gliders. In the past, many experts had opted to use hang gliders whenever they could to save on travel time. They paid no attention to the cost. As Shifeng gazed at the hang glider design, his eyes sparkled with joy. Since mounts weren't yet popular in God's domain, players' demand for hang gliders would be intense if he sold them. At this point, the various large guilds were starting to shift the focus of their development to neutral maps between kingdoms and empires, after all. In a situation where no one had obtained a town-building order or town migration order, players were forced to walk to these neutral maps. In addition, neutral maps themselves were very large. Even with a mount, players would need a considerable amount of time to explore the map fully. However, players could save a lot of time if they had a hang glider. If the Candlelight trading firm introduced the hang glider to the market now, it would definitely be well received. In addition, since Candlelight would have the monopoly over the hang gliders, it would make a fortune off of the transportation tool. The extra funds would help Zero Wing City's development tremendously. Meanwhile, among the other 8 recipes and designs Baphomet had dropped, there was also an advanced hang glider design. Although the advanced hang glider was inferior to the master hang glider, it still increased players' movement speed by 300%. It seems I'll have to find some time to grind hang glider recipes, Shifeng thought to himself. Although the master hang glider was super rare, the advanced version wasn't. Level 70+ Grand Lords and above all had a chance of dropping the recipe. The field bosses of a few particular maps even higher drop rates. In the past, the various large guilds had generally opted to grind those field bosses to obtain more advanced hang glider recipes. Zero Wing's main force was already considerably strong. With the help of his Bible of Darkness, they could definitely grind for more advanced hang glider recipes. After storing the master hang glider design, Shifeng shifted his sight to a tattered page in his bag. The words on the page had long since become indiscernible. However, the page still radiated a faint trace of divine might. Moreover, the surrounding power of darkness gathered around the page when he pulled it from his bag. When Shifeng inspected this page, he became indescribably excited. This was because this page was actually part of the Bible of Darkness. Despite repairing the Bible of Darkness's core, it wasn't complete. The book was still missing pages. The page before him was none other than one of those missing pages. System, you have discovered a page of the Bible of Darkness. Do you wish to spend 500 magic crystals to assimilate this page with the Bible of Darkness and repair it? Repair! Shifeng chose to repair the Bible of Darkness without hesitation. Chapter 1685, Dark Armament. When Shifeng agreed to repair the Bible of Darkness, the book flew out of his bag space and hovered before him. The book then opened to reveal the missing page's location. At the same time, the missing page transformed into a black mist that melded with the Bible of Darkness. 3 seconds later, the page had joined the book as seamlessly as if it had never left in the first place. After the Bible of Darkness had recovered one of its missing pages, the power of darkness that gathered around the book became denser, and now a black mist settled over the book. The Bible of Darkness has improved by so much. After repairing the Bible of Darkness, its appearance indicated that it had become far more powerful. Although the book's aura wasn't much stronger than before, its control of power of darkness had improved. In fact, the Bible of Darkness's control over the power of darkness had improved so much that Shifeng could feel the darkness world's suppression weaken slightly. Originally, this world had suppressed his basic attributes by 30%, but now, it had dropped to 25%. The suppression on his senses had also decreased from 50% to 40%. Unfortunately, his EXP gain was still reduced by 95%. Immediately, Shifeng inspected the repaired Bible of Darkness. Bible of Darkness, fragmented legendary item. The Bible of Darkness had been destroyed during the Great Destruction. The core magic array has since been repaired using the source of spacetime thus far. If one can gather the other fragments, they can restore the Bible's power, gaining dominance over all demonic creatures and become the Lord of Demons. Skill 1. Demon Summoning. Summons the demon gate with the power of darkness, calling forth a random demon that is no higher than 1 tier and 15 levels than the summoner. Maximum tier cannot exceed tier 5. Holder of the Bible of Darkness can command the summoned demon for up to 6 hours. Cooldown, 2 hours 30 minutes. Skill 2. Gate of Darkness. Allows teleportation to the Dark Denver. Can also be used in the Dark Den to teleport to the outside world. Can teleport a maximum of 30 people at a single time. Cooldown, 1 day. Skill 3. Light of Darkness. Strengthen a player with the power of darkness, allowing said player to wield the power of darkness. Can strengthen up to a maximum of 1,500 people. Every player strengthened provides one source of darkness to the wielder of the Bible of Darkness. Skill 4. Power of Darkness. Fill your body with the power of darkness, increasing all attributes by 120%, decreasing cooldown of all skills by 30%, and increase damage by 50%. Duration will be equal to number of source of darkness *0. 5 seconds. Power of Darkness cannot stack. Can only strengthen players up to a maximum of tier 5 classes. Cooldown, 5 hours. Skill 5. Demon Ruler. Passive effect. Increases the attributes of demonic creatures under user's control by 35%. Forcibly decreases the attributes of all enemy demonic creatures within a 1,000-yard radius by 30%. Active effect. When activated, there is a 12% chance to control a demonic creature that is no higher than 2 tiers and 30 levels than the user for 2 hours. Can control up to tier 5 creatures. Can control up to a maximum of 3 creatures at a time. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Skill 6. Dark Armament. By sacrificing sources of darkness, transform the Bible of Darkness into a weapon suitable for the user. Duration is equal to number of source of darkness *3 seconds. During this period, the Bible of Darkness's other skills cannot be used. Cooldown, 6 hours. Dark Armament? The appearance of a new skill had surprised Shifeng. Is this what the missing page contained? He had only expected to find some minor improvements to the Bible of Darkness's skills after incorporating the missing page. He had never thought that the page would add a new skill. Weapons were the foundation of a player's combat power. Players could only wield high attack power with a powerful weapon. At the end of the day, berserk skills were unreliable. On the other hand, a powerful weapon could permanently increase a player's combat power. Although the Bible of Darkness's weapon wouldn't last forever, it could still last up to 75 minutes, which was much longer than any berserk skill. It was enough time for players to end a large-scale battle. After examining the Bible of Darkness for a few more minutes, Shifeng stored it and began to appraise the other items Baphomet had dropped. Of the remaining 34 items, there was 1 darkness stone and 6 darkness stone fragments. The rest of the items were weapons and equipment, the most valuable of which was a pair of epic-ranked boots called the Trickster's Legs. When equipped, the Trickster's Legs would offer a significant boost to the wearer's movement speed and reaction speed. It was an excellent pair of boots that only level 50 players and above could equip. There were also 5 pieces of level 60 dark gold equipment, 12 pieces of level 60 fine gold equipment, and 9 pieces of level 60 secret silver equipment. Among the level 60 fine gold equipment, 2 pieces happened to be the hat and gloves for the Fantasy Demon set, which Shifeng still needed. He had also completed 2 Dark Devourer sets after killing Baphomet. Once Shifeng had organized the loot, he didn't bother to sit and rest. Instead, he drank a drop of life essence and continued towards the next map. After riding the demonic flame tiger for around 10 minutes through the canyon, Shifeng reached a new map. Unlike the barren Dark Sin Canyon he had previously occupied, a tranquil forest dominated this map. Visibility here was also much better than in the Dark Sin Canyon. Even without using his summoned demons, he could see up to 50 yards away. Why are the monsters here so low-leveled? When Shifeng had inspected his surroundings with the detection crystal ball, the highest level monsters he had found nearby were only level 60. These monsters were clearly lower leveled than in the Dark Sin Canyon. Did I take the wrong path? The Dark Sin Canyon only had 2 exits. One of them had been completely blocked off, and a guardian boss defended the other. Since he couldn't pass through the sealed exit, he had chosen to kill Baphomet, yet that path had led him to a lower level map. Forget it. This will do. In any case, I am only trying to grind darkness stones. It'll be easier to kill level 60 Grand Lords. Although Shifeng hadn't expected to reach a lower level map, he welcomed this outcome. It was undoubtedly easier to kill level 60 Grand Lords than it was to kill their level 80 cousins. Furthermore, he wasn't able to do much fighting since he was in a weakened state due to activating his 2-fold berserk during the fight with Baphomet. For a short period he wouldn't be able to add adequate combat power to his team. Shifeng then proceeded to lead Anna towards one of the Grand Lords he had discovered with the detection crystal ball. With 3 level 80, tier 3 demons and 1 level 80 golden giant, whose strength rivaled a Grand Lord of the same level, defeating a level 60 Grand Lord would be a piece of cake. With Anna and the 3 heroic spirits' assistance, the fight against the Grand Lord ended quickly. Shifeng hadn't even needed to do anything throughout the fight. Time passed quickly, and before Shifeng had realized it, he had grinded in the tranquil forest for over a day and wiped out all of its Grand Lords. Now, he had 93 darkness stones and 847 darkness stone fragments. With the Philosopher's Stone's 100% synthesis success rate, he would have no problems collecting 100 darkness stones. The full day of grinding had also pushed Shifeng to 84% of level 65. If not for the reduced EXP gain, he would have long since reached level 66. Even so, his leveling speed was incredibly efficient. But compared to his leveling speed, the loot he had acquired from the bosses he had killed was truly amazing. Although he had not obtained any epic items, he had collected 17 pieces of level 50 dark gold equipment, 52 pieces of level 50 fine gold equipment, and 276 pieces of level 50 secret silver equipment. The number of weapons and equipment he amassed by himself in a single day could almost rival a first-rate guild's acquisition. Of course, a large part of the reason for his success was the help of Icarus's heart, the monstrous Anna, and the Bible of Darkness. Without them, he never would have collected so many top-tier weapons and equipment in the Darkness world so easily. Now that I've collected the Darkness stones I need, it's about time I return. Shi Feng smiled at the Darkness stones in his bag. With this, he had completed his quest to obtain the Lost Town. Following which, Shi Feng took out a White River City return scroll and activated it. After 20 seconds, Shi Feng transformed into a streak of white light and departed from the Darkness world. Chapter 1686, Stoneclaw Mountain Sealed. Chapter 1686, Stoneclaw Mountain Sealed. Star Moon Kingdom, White River City. After Shi Feng left the teleportation hall, he immediately noticed far fewer players on the street than before. Moreover, when players noticed the zero-wing emblem pinned on Shi Feng's black cloak, they gave him unusual looks. When independent players on the streets had noticed Zero Wing's emblem previously, they had gazed at the player wearing it with envy and admiration, but now, they looked at Shi Feng with sympathy in their eyes. Shi Feng was confused. He had only been away from White River City for a few days, yet the city had changed so massively. What happened here? Shi Feng began to pay closer attention to the players walking down the street. He soon discovered that independent players weren't the only ones behaving oddly. When players from small guilds noticed him, they revealed ridiculing expressions. This confused Shi Feng even further. No matter what was said or done, Zero Wing was Star Moon Kingdom's publicly acknowledged #1 guild. Even if the Zero Wing's development had suffered lately due to the war with Heaven's Burial, the guild hadn't fallen so far that even small guild's member would look down on it. Shi Feng had even dealt Heaven's Burial a severe blow recently. Now that Heaven's Burial had lost its income from ancient Rock City, the guild's development potential had plummeted. It could no longer compete with Zero Wing's growth. Look, that guy's wearing Zero Wing's bronze emblem. He should be one of Zero Wing's experts, yet he still has time to wander aimlessly. I bet he ran back here once he realized that victory isn't possible. Heaven's Burial's latest strategy is too ruthless. Zero Wing is almost guaranteed to lose Stone Forest Town, and all of the various large guilds are fending for themselves. Heaven's Burial even declared that any guild that offers Zero Wing assistances will join its hit list, and any of Zero Wing's members that withdraw will be spared its wrath. That's right. Who would have imagined that Heaven's Burial would close off the Stoneclaw Mountains map with such a powerful barrier? Not only has all communication been cut off, but they've also disabled return scrolls. Moreover, the barrier only has one exit. Based on what I've heard, a large army of evil demons and evil beasts guard that exit, and Heaven's Burial isn't letting any player leave the map, keeping players from notifying the kingdom's armies. Heaven's Burial isn't letting any player leave the map to notify the kingdom's armies. The Stoneclaw Mountains map has been locked down for nearly 7 hours now. With Heaven's Burial's strength, it should have already captured Stone Forest Town. I'm not sure. Based on the information Stone Forest Town's players are sharing via offline communication, the battle between Zero Wing and Heaven's Burial has become intense, with both sides constantly losing players. But Zero Wing's players haven't been able to break through to the barrier's exit. In contrast, more players from Heaven's Burial are gathering in the Stoneclaw Mountains by the minute. The same is true for the evil beasts and evil demons. Heaven's Burial is amazingly capable. With their almost complete control of all information relating to the siege, Zero Wing can't reach the kingdom's armies to ask for help. Meanwhile, trying to get into the barrier is a suicide mission. If Heaven's Burial wishes it, it could kill the players trapped inside as many times as it wants, and those players will have no hope of escape. Logging off inside the barrier will also incur a severe penalty. Besides, if Zero Wing's members log out of the game, Stone Forest Town will be as good as lost. As the players who rested in the bars and restaurants along the street watched Shifeng, they began to discuss the recent events in the Stoneclaw Mountains. They all admired Heaven's Burial's prowess. Although Zero Wing was impressively powerful, Heaven's Burial was a step ahead of its rival. The Stoneclaw Mountains have been sealed? Shifeng could not help his surprise. He had seen guilds seal off maps before, but those seals had only blocked communication and disabled return scrolls. Based on what he had just heard, the seal on the Stoneclaw Mountains even prevented players from leaving on foot. This was an extremely difficult feat. Not even he could accomplish the same effect. In the past, only the various superpowers had used such seals when targeting certain apex experts or trying to capture enemy guild cities. Shifeng immediately turned back towards the teleportation hall and teleported to Starmoon City. He then hurried towards Stone Forest Town. Meanwhile, the normally blue sky over the Stoneclaw Mountains had dulled to a dismal gray. A barrier of evil energy had enveloped the entire map, and while inside this barrier, players' stamina and concentration would be sapped away, even if they did nothing but stand in place. Their minds also felt foggy due to the barrier's power. In contrast, the evil demons inside the barrier were in their element. Both their movement and intellect had improved, as had their basic attributes. Standing on one of Stone Forest Town's walls, Aqua Rose watched the swarm of monsters and players gather some distance away with a somber expression. Suddenly, a level 50 ranger clad in blue walked up to Aqua Rose and reported, "Vice Guild Leader Aqua, based on our scouts' observations, another player army has entered the barrier. By the looks of it, they seem to be from Blackwater. There are roughly 20,000 players, over 6,000 of which are level 49 or above. Moreover, they have brought 8 catapults with them." 6,000 experts and 8 catapults? Aqua Rose's expression darkened further after hearing this. Currently, Zero Wing only had around 100,000 members protecting Stone Forest Town, and a large majority of them were players she had gathered and led to the town to reinforce its defenses. Meanwhile, Heaven's Burial had gathered over 300,000 members before Stone Forest Town. Although only around 170,000 of them were elite members, and the rest were normal members, the normal members were not to be underestimated. Even the weakest among them was level 45. Furthermore, Heaven's Burial had the support of a large force of evil demons. Rough estimates counted over 100,000 of these monsters. Moreover, more monsters joined the force as time passed. Although most of the evil demons were relatively weak, with only level 45 elites, they continued to devour monsters around the Stoneclaw Mountains, growing stronger. In fact, Heaven's Burial had yet to besiege Stone Forest Town because it concentrated on accumulating more strength. During this period, Aqua Rose and Zero Wing's experts had made multiple attempts to assault the barrier's exit and send information out of the map to notify the kingdom's armies, hoping that the NPCs would show up to exterminate the evil demon army. However, the evil demons and Heaven's Burial's members guarding the exits had foiled every attempt. The evil demons guarding the exit were simply too powerful. There was even a mythic-ranked evil demon among them. Even Fire Dance, who had the greatest chances of escaping the barrier, had been defeated and killed in just a few moves. She hadn't even had the power to resist the mythic-ranked evil demon. Now that Blackwater had dispatched 6,000 experts and 8 catapults as reinforcements, Heaven's Burial's strength in this siege had increased further. Although Aqua Rose wanted nothing more than to charge out there and destroy the 8 catapults Blackwater had sent, the evil demon army would undoubtedly assault any force she led out of Stone Forest Town. By leaving the town, they'd simply nourish the evil demons, ultimately helping Heaven's Burial capture Stone Forest Town. Vice Guild Leader Aqua, I suggest that you give up this struggle. Stone Forest Town will be mine. In fact, I won't just settle for Stone Forest Town. I'll take Zero Wing City as well. Listen up, Zero Wing members. You do well to abandon any hope of winning this war and withdraw from your guild now. Staying will only spell your doom once my monster army charges into Stone Forest Town. We've already sealed off the Stoneclaw Mountains, so even in death, none of you will leave this place alive. You'll only die, again and again. So, withdraw from your guild while you still have the chance. Singular Burial announced with a voice amplification device as he watched Aqua Rose on the town's ramparts. You should also know that currently, Blackwater's army and another army of evil demons are on their way. Once they arrive, not even heaven will be able to save you. The players in Stone Forest Town fell silent after listening to Singular Burial's declaration with solemn expressions. Are we going to fall just like this? Everything Singular Burial had said seemed true. All they could do now was wait for death to reach them. Suddenly, a figure appeared above the town before a deep voice echoed throughout the area, reaching Stone Forest Town and Heaven's Burial's army and ingraining its question into everyone's minds. Is that so? Chapter 1687, Strong Reversal. Chapter 1687, Strong Reversal. As the deep voice from above reached the players, everyone turned towards it. Black Flame? The Sword King? Everyone quickly discovered a cloaked man hovering in the air. The man carried 2 long swords at his waist and radiated a majestic aura. Upon recognizing this man's appearance, many players gasped in surprise. This man had been responsible for so many miracles already. From killing an enemy commander while surrounded by an army of thousands to deterring an army of tens of thousands single-handedly, this man had defied common sense. He had even slain one well-known expert after another and wounded multiple superpowers. Just recently, he had charged into Ancient Rock City alone and destroyed 2 of the city's defensive magic arrays. To top it all off, he had left that city with his life. The man was definitely Starmoon Kingdom's #1 expert. Guild leader? The guild leader's back. He's really here. Many of Zero Wings members on Stone Forest Town's walls were ecstatic when they saw Shurfeng's figure in the distant sky, and the depressing atmosphere that had surrounded them lifted instantly as fighting spirit overwhelmed these players. As they gazed up at Shurfeng, a hint of fanaticism even flashed in their eyes. The guild leader? Has he already completed his quest? Although Aqua Rose was similarly excited to see Shurfeng, a seed of guilt sprouted in her heart. Shurfeng had entrusted her with Zero Wings management before he had left. Heaven's Burial had cornered the guild. Novelful. Guild leader, you're finally back. When Blackie, Fire Dance, Cola, Shadow Sword, Turtle Dove, and Zero Wings' other core members saw Shurfeng, they seemed to have grown an extra backbone as they brimmed with confidence. Is Black Flame finally getting involved? Notify the higher-ups immediately, tell them that Black Flame has arrived. The various superpowers spies stationed in Stone Forest Town exploded into action when they saw Shurfeng above the town. Some of these spied immediately logged out of the game to report the situation to their superiors. Although logging off would incur penalties, this information was worth the price. After all, Shurfeng's appearance alone had changed the situation. Zero Wings members had already lost their fighting spirit after seeing the countless enemies around them. However, every one of these players reacted as if they were on some kind of high when they saw their guild leader, madness burning in their eyes. Very quickly, the major powers who watched this war received news of Shurfeng's arrival in Stone Forest Town. So, Black Flame has finally made an appearance? And here I thought that he had given up on Stone Forest Town. It seems he still intends to fight this out until the very end. When Galaxy Past, who rested the Star Alliance's residence in Starmoon City, received the latest report from his subordinate, he could not help but shake his head and sigh. Heaven's Burial had thrown everything it had into this last assault. The guild had clearly stopped holding back. Even if Stone Forest Town's defenses were very powerful, the evil demon army was no laughing matter. Unlike evil beasts, evil demons were intelligent. They also had faster reaction speeds. They wouldn't succumb to the town's static defenses as easily as the evil beasts. Moreover, Based on the information they had collected thus far, any player killed an evil demon killed inside the barrier would become a sacrifice, turning into a new evil demon for Heaven's Burial very quickly. Just thinking about it made Galaxy Past shudder with fear. One could not forget the reinforcements Blackwater had sent, either. 8 catapults could inflict devastating damage to Stone Forest Town. Not only did they deal high damage, but they also had an extremely long attack range. Even Zero Wing's movement-type defensive magic array would only last a few hits from these weapons of war. Meanwhile, in a high-class restaurant in the Black Dragon Empire. Interesting. Black Flame really is a suicidal bastard. Nine Dragons Emperor's lips curled into a smile when he saw the video his subordinate had sent him. Zero Wing is truly finished now. I can't wait to see what Phoenix Rain plans to use to compete against me for Thunder Island in the next contest. In contrast to Nine Dragons Emperor's reaction, when Phoenix Rain read the latest report on the war between Heaven's Burial and Zero Wing from her position on Thunder Island, her expression darkened. Why is he such a fool? Phoenix Rain was at a loss for words. Heaven's Burial had obviously sealed Stone Forest Town to massacre Zero Wing's members. It was bad enough that Zero Wing had sent most of its main force members and expert players to the town to defend it, but now, even Shifeng, Zero Wing's guild leader, had fallen into this trap. The wisest decision would be to abandon Stone Forest Town and conserve as much of the guild's strength as possible to protect Zero Wing City. The city had already become the guild's core, but if its guild leader were killed while protecting Stone Forest Town, it would deal a massive mental blow to the guild. With both its military prowess and morale wounded, how was Zero Wing supposed to defend Zero Wing City later? Novelful. Standing amidst Heaven's Burial's army, which waited outside of Stone Forest Town, Singular Burial had his sight locked onto Shifeng, glaring at the man with a chilling gaze. Due to Black Flame, the foundation he had built for the future Heaven's Burial Empire had been utterly destroyed. If Black Flame hadn't destroyed Ancient Rock City's defensive magic arrays, the various superpowers wouldn't have sieged the city, forcing him to sacrifice his city to the evil god's branch temple. However, it was his turn to share the feeling of destruction with Zero Wing. Black Flame, your words sure are bold. What can you possibly do by yourself? You dared to destroy my city's defensive magic arrays, and today, I will take Stone Forest Town from you as compensation. Singular Burial sneered at Shifeng. As soon as Singular Burial finished speaking, the evil demon army behind Heaven's Burial's army loosed an earth-shattering roar. The roars of over 100,000 evil demons echoed throughout the Stoneclaw Mountains, and the pressure the monsters released made everyone in Stone Forest Town shudder. Some players' legs even lost their strength. The players in Stone Forest Town were reminded of the evil demon army's strength once more. If the pressure the evil demon army radiated were already so powerful, the consequences would be unimaginable if the monster army took action. Although Shifeng was powerful, what could one person possibly do against so many formidable monsters? There were also Heaven's Burial's players to contend with. In the end, Shifeng had only come to die alongside Zero Wing's members by coming to Stone Forest Town. Since you people from Heaven's Burial like Stone Forest Town so much, then you can stay here forever. Shifeng immediately retrieved a pitch-black energy bead from his bag. The instant he took out this bead, Heaven's Burial's members below him felt their souls shudder. This bead's power had even affected their consciousness. This energy bead was none other than the destruction crystal Shifeng had obtained from recasting the disintegration armor. Before anyone could react, Shifeng loosened his grip on the destruction crystal. The pitch-black energy bead then landed among Heaven's Burial's army. Boom! The moment the destruction crystal touched the ground, it exploded with a silver radiance. Instantly, the ground beneath the destruction crystal sank as the power of destruction spread across the land. Neither living beings nor inanimate objects were spared. Anything and anyone the power of destruction came in contact with vanished, leaving nothing behind. Not even the weapons and equipment players had dropped as they had died had survived the blast. Everything had happened so quickly that before Heaven's Burial's members could even react, an empty plot of land had been created amidst their massive army. For a time, silence descended on Heaven's Burial's forces as if time itself had frozen. Zero Wings members, who stood on Stone Forest Town's walls, were just as stupefied by the scene that had just occurred. They hadn't expected Feng to make such a sudden move, not even giving Heaven's Burial's members a second to react. And the results of his attack were even so horrific. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.